and was an avid advocate for the Rotherham community. We've also lost Colin Harrison, who sat on the Port Robinson Advisory Group, and like Ian, was a really strong advocate for Goole Bay and for Cheviot. But we've also lost Rick Orr, Neil Evans and Hamish Simpson. These men have all made significant contributions to the wider Hurunui community. I would like you all to stand and honour these men for a minute. Thank you. I'm just going to cover off the apologies because I'm mindful that Fiona's coming in via Zoom, but she may need to take a short break to attend to some business, and that timing hasn't been determined yet. So if I can just call for a short apology to enable Fiona to do that during today sometime. So thank you, Karen. Thank you, Pauline. All in agreement to that, please say aye. That's carried. Thank you. Health and safety, as we know it, should we need to exit the building in our assembly point. And I will do the affirmation and the rest of the day's agenda once we've heard from Claire, because you've come along this morning, you've got some questions that have been asked, Claire. Excuse me. And we do have about half an hour, I think it is, for your presentation today. So if I can just hand it over to you and allow you to take us through the questions that have been raised in preparation for today, perhaps, and then if there's any that might come from the floor that you might either be able to answer straight away or take away and respond. But lovely to have you here. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, councillors. The first, yeah, we just had 4 questions, I think it was. We're going to add a 5th one, so I've hopefully got some answers for those. The first one was from Councillor Davies. This is a perennial. This is around the trees and willows are probably basically adjacent to State Highway 7A, around particularly the Hamner River. Now that's actually been something that's been on my radar, brought to my attention ever since I've been on council, so that's 8 years or so. And it's been taken up lately by Mary Holloway up there from the community board. Now, she did meet with staff on site relatively recently, and there is some discussion ongoing around that. Particularly around the bridge part of it, but the clearance may be staged over a couple of years. And I think it's Whakakatahi that they were for 2 years. So it's a pretty difficult issue. So nothing's going to happen quickly. This is the message I've sort of got. But
yeah, I think through the chair, yeah. Don't need to say that. Sorry, I'll get myself rounded soon. Mary's doing a really good job as chair of the community board, and that was raised at the community board as well. So it's good to have this update that actually, from a district perspective, this advocacy work and having a line of communication seems to be very beneficial to move this along, but as you say, Claire, it is a big project and it will take considerable effort and financial backing on, I suspect.
And that's the thing, there seems to be some difference of responsibilities and no funding from ECAC's perspective is set aside anyway, so hopefully with ongoing discussions.
Yeah.
And we've certainly got moved.
Yeah, and I guess it's about just keeping the conversation alive, isn't it, Tom?
And that it is on people's radar, which is
Yeah.
really good that it's on Wakatahi and your other radar, and that's really important. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks.
The second question was from Councillor Harris, and that was really asking, did ECAN have standards set higher than the national policy statement, particularly affecting consenting and reporting in Hiranui? Staff have actually come back and obviously pointed out the fact that the Hiranui Waia Regional River Plan was developed under the old national policy statement for freshwater management, which was the 2011 version, and that was complied with at the time. Of course, most people, everybody should know that we've now got a 2020 version of the freshwater national policy statement, and of course particularly the nitrogen toxicity limit in the current Hiranui plan is higher than the current bottom line of 2.4. So I think in the plan it's 3.6. So currently the Hiranui Waia Regional River Plan is less restrictive than the current national direction. Fiona also asked, Councillor Harris also asked about the implication for consenting. Consenting actually has to apply with both the plan and the national policy statement framework, so that does influence the decision on applications. There was also a question around the financial aspects or financial implications of that on consenting, and that the financial impact will depend on the complexity of the application and what it actually has to meet. So if you're more intensified, then it's going to be more complex to get through, probably more constraints on it, and therefore costs will escalate a little bit.
Sorry, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Claire, just regarding the levels as they're set, the WHO levels for nitrates in water are 11.3. That would be around 5 point something, and yet you can set them at 3 point. So how do we justify that difference?
To be clear, we're talking about two different levels. We're talking the World Health Organization is drinking water standards.
Okay.
So they said at 11.3 is the maximum. Half native is 5.6, which is what triggers actually testing through the Council for Drinking Water. These are ecosystem levels. The 2.4 bottom line is an ecosystem, so that's toxicity to organisms that live in basically freshwater, groundwater systems. So two different levels, two different measures.
Yeah, so what you're saying is the environment is put ahead of people's the environment is set lower than what it's for drinking water standards. That's what it is.
The levels are, but basically because to date, our government has reviewed against any global data, international evidence, and they have seen nothing to, at this stage, to suggest that they need to drop the maximum allowable level of 11.3 for drinking water.
Fiona, I'm assuming that you heard all of that, and I just double check that you've been able to capture the answer that Claire has provided, or if you've got any further questions, maybe just thumbs up so I can. Have you got it sorted? Yeah. Not sorted. Okay, thumbs up's great. And if there's anything further, maybe perhaps it's an email that if you've got a further question, given the technical issues. Okay, any other questions around the room there? Thanks, happy to move on.
Okay, thank you. The fourth one, or the third question, was from yourself, and that was just really looking for an update on the review of the sign committee process. So hopefully most of you are aware that There is a mayoral forum directive that was given in 2023 that we review the role of zone committees going forward, and there has been an iterative process over the last 14 years, I guess, for Huranui. So there is a review going underway at the moment. And if you really do want to catch up on what that actually says in full, it was in our water and land agenda for the 27th, 6, 24, and I'm quite happy to take out that PDF and perhaps circulate it by
that'd be great.
Graham, because that actually gives quite a bit of information there. Our council, our councillors or councillors around our table, we haven't actually had a workshop on it yet. So as I understand it, the Mayoral Forum has had a workshop. All Runanga chairs and Runanga representatives have had a workshop. Zone committees have all been had a workshop and provided feedback. So it is progressing. There's been quite a bit of information, quite a range of views from the TAs of their understanding and how the zone committees have worked at each TA. It has been quite different. But the idea is to actually try and get what role zone committees can actually play in the future around local leadership in freshwater management space. And most of you will be aware that catchment committees have certainly taken off in Canterbury in the last 2 or 3 years, and you've got a very strong one or two here in Huranui, and similarly in Mid Canterbury and South Canterbury. So it's what's that interface look like between zone committees, or what do they morph into, what role they have in the future. So we're hoping to have some feedback or some ideas go back to the Mayoral Forum, as I understand it,
In August, at the next
August or
meeting.
September. Yeah, August. Yeah, at the next meeting, and then something developed at the end of the year. Set out what that might look like. So that's very much a moving space at this stage.
That's a great update, thank you. I think it's, it's been well sort of known or documented that there is, significant degrees of support or not around zone committees across Canterbury, but I think you've given us a good sort of overview, thank you, Claire, and if that segment of your minutes can be forwarded to Graham, I think that'd be helpful for councillors sitting around this table to understand the position, I guess, that ECAN as lead in this are taking. So that'd be good, happy with that? Thank you, great.
Okay. The fourth question was from Councillor Barnes, and that was around some language on our web page of on-site wastewater systems and management, and the comment there that effluent disposal fields should not be installed on a property less than 5,000 square metres, which is obviously a pretty, just over an acre in size. You were asking, could that be explained? I did also look at that and see it there around information. So that's just general knowledge that perhaps a developer or anybody applying, it's probably a red flag for them to say, well, you're probably not going to get a consent on a very small piece of land. So staff have acknowledged that is a little bit confusing on the website, and they're reviewing that text to provide more clarity. But I would note that a couple of tabs above there was the rules, and that's the important part. It's actually the rules which say 4 hectares can be permitted if you read it, if you apply with a whole lot of conditions. So
so through the chair, it's not set in stone. It's there as a
alert.
Yeah.
There will be more hoops to jump through for sure, and it will be much harder to get, it is much harder to get a consent on something less than 4 hectares, and the smaller it is, the more complicated and the higher the standard of your system will need to be.
So it talks about having reticulated systems, and that is the preferred option, is to, if there's a reticulated system, then to use it. But I'm just thinking about little communities that are mostly built. They might be quarter still to go on some of them that's owned land for buildings, then it's very hard to change a small community like that over to a reticulated scheme, and most of them have got their existing wastewater systems in place and they feel like they're paying for it twice. So how do we get round this for the future of our little communities that are really at a brick wall? So we either need to look at a way that the council can make this work that's affordable, because it just won't happen, and you end up with little communities that are frozen. I'm a solutions man. I'll pinch that saying off Dave, but we need to look at a solution that we can have these communities thriving, growing, moving forward, and not just stuck. So we need some heads to get together and work through this, I feel.
Okay, so happy to receive that. Yep.
Through you, Chair, I just wonder whether your council was have had a discussion around the regional policy statement yet, because I think there is a piece in there that you would need to provide some feedback for
Today,
It's on the
it's
agenda.
on the agenda today.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you will please just focus in on that, and I'm not sure what
Yeah.
part it actually is. I mean, somebody could look up, but please have a look at what's being proposed at the moment,
Yeah.
because it is the basis of some of the questions, and you may be able to provide some strong feedback and direction around that.
Have you already formulated some thoughts to add to
I
the
have for
discussion?
later on, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we'll take that
Because I
lead and,
think, it's quite important, because there is a sense of a strategic vision that we reticulate, join to a reticulation where reticulation's available, and I guess it would be encouraging, given this, we're trying to review old systems and things like that, but that's in our yes. So please provide your feedback
Okay.
there.
so we'll have that discussion later on this morning.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
That's great. Okay,
Have I got time for the
Yeah.
last one?
yeah, no, it's fine.
So the last one was the late question, and I guess it was circulated to all the councils and myself, it was actually,
Yeah,
from councillor Hislop.
Yep.
And that was around a science advice memo that had come across.
Through me, I apologise for the lateness. I knew some knowledge that we had a Hiranui Independent Irrigators meeting with some people above my pay grade, so before I put questions together, I wanted to make sure they made a bit more sense and me not writing what I thought.
Okay, so through
That meeting was on Thursday.
So you did provide a few questions, so I also short-circuited our system to get some answers for you as well. So your question was, were Environment Capital Councils aware of the document? And no, but these sorts of documents are operational documents, so wouldn't necessarily expect to get it from governance to the council table. You will find that some councils come across these things very similar in the manner that it's come to my attention. So it's not that we don't see them and we can't, not allowed to see them. If we knew we'd probably find them, we could probably find them. Second question was around, is the document a summary memo of a larger report? This isn't a part of a larger report, so it's not a summary memo. It's a piece of work that's being done as a specific requirement of the Hiranui Waio Regional River Plan. So that's where the direction for this science reporting actually comes from. And it's not actually related to the RMA efficiency review of the plan. Do councillors know how ECAN in particular consents with compliance team and intensity development? Now, I did speak to staff, as I said yesterday. It will be used as also any science that's collected within the organisation is actually used to inform any consenting situation. But staff have reported to me that on the whole, their view is that it will not result in a material change. And the other question was around, do consent to understand limitations of the data? And I suspect it comes from some historic issues that we had around phosphate levels in the river and floods, etc. Staff do understand the limitations, particularly since it's a 6-year rolling average, and it does include all information around floods. It was noted, of course, that the dinner level at Mandamus isn't met, which is a bit of a challenge, given that that's right at the headwaters of the river and very little intensification or farming activity above that, if any. So, you know, staff understand the peculiarities there. And then the final question you asked there was if it was used in decision making, then the document should include methodologies used and copy of the data sets and analysis peer review. Well, it's not a science report. It's just a compilation of basically the figures that have been measured and then how it would implicate various pieces of legislation.
Thanks, Dave. Yep.
Yeah, so further to that, so for the councillors to understand the concern that came was we act as a permitted activity in Te Huranui. And this document came to me via consents, a renewal of consents. And that's what alerted to me was, and it's a major change if we've got to go and get land use consents. And so my concern was that there had been, in the past, there had been a, for the independent irrigators and a lot, a pushback on the permitted activity, for, you know, making us go for land consents, and this just seemed another way around. Well, that seemed to be resolved, and now we're coming in another way around to force us into getting land use consents where at the moment we're permitted activity. So I wanted to make sure that it was all irrigators thought the same thing, and it did even have an effect to Amiri irrigation. So it's really, so yeah, so that gives me some comfort that it's not going to be used on current consents at the moment.
Through you, Chair, I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought that's what I did.
See what the minutes say. Yeah, so I mean, I guess your question was raised to understand, I guess, legals or permitted activity and consenting and what thresholds is going to be required and need to be met and now or into the future. I think that's what I was
I suppose what I'm
hearing.
saying is compliance and consents
Yeah,
shouldn't be using a planning document that hasn't been verified and all those things with some dodgy data.
yeah.
Through you, Chair. Look, it is just, as I said, a collection of the monitoring that they have to do as part of the plan. And then, I mean, it will inform some stuff going forward, I'm quite sure around that, but at this stage, staff said it will not result in a material change in, we'll use those in quotes. So that doesn't mean to say it's going to affect some people and others. And I also think that it's probably quite important because you will remember that there was a meeting which Karen chaired not long ago. The staff came to have a discussion. I understand that there's going to be another one of those. So these sorts of questions could be raised.
So do you have an understanding where that, like Luke might, in that next meeting might be?
I'm not, I was informed of it yesterday, but I haven't got a time or date at this stage.
Okay, so the independent irrigators will be part of the invitation list.
As I understand
Yeah,
it,
okay.
correct, staff are going to go out to the Huranui farmers because as they,
Yeah,
as Locke has mentioned,
Yeah.
there's this land use consenting process coming up.
Yeah.
Which was highlighted at the previous meeting.
yeah. Okay, well, I mean, that's good that it was raised early, you know, and independent irrigators had a chance to have that conversation. But if that conversation comes back to our community, you know, that's helpful to get shared understanding and to perhaps myth bust some things, but actually confirm others as well. So Dave, are you happy with that as a process, and give some of your colleagues in the independent irrigator catchment to get back to them and with that understanding?
Yeah.
Perfect.
And through you, Chair, I'm quite happy to have that conversation, an ongoing conversation with you too, if you've got any further questions, or I can find anything that's helpful.
Yeah, that's great. Well done. And of course, that's the benefit of you coming along and having these conversations and allow us to ask these questions to help us get a better shared understanding. And I think that's what the 4 or 5 questions that have come forward today have given us, all that collective knowledge. So yeah, appreciate that. Probably, just from the floor, I don't want to put Claire under pressure, but and having to answer anything, but I know that she's found with good knowledge. So we'll test that. No, everybody happy? Awesome. Always great to have you here with us, Claire. It's great that you've taken the time to do that research and come prepared with the answers that our fellow councillors are thinking. So appreciate your time today, and we'll catch up with you in a month or two's time. Thank you. Christmas before we know it.
Yes, that's exactly right.
It's wonderful. Thank you. Have a great day. So, councillors, we will get back to our agenda. Thank you, Claire. And as normal procedure, that we will begin with our affirmation, which reads, "We pledge that we will faithfully and impartially use our skills, wisdom and judgment throughout the discussions and deliberations ahead of us today, in order to make responsible and appropriate decisions for the benefit of the Hānui district at large. We commit individually and as council to the principles of integrity and respect, and to upholding the values that we believe distinguish and enrich our district." Thank you. In regard to today's agenda, councillors, are there any conflicts of interest that need to be declared? Thank you, councillor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 5.5, I'll declare a conflict of interest. I'll take part in the discussion, but not the voting, because it's in regards to my attendance at LGNZ.
Well, probably all. Is that a conflict as such? It's a business arrangement. Any advice on that one?
No, I think we accept that as
Yeah.
a conflict.
Okay, that's cool. Right, we'll do that. Thank you. And there is recording device for the meeting, Graham, as normal.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And just to make sure, councillors, that you will receive the separate appendix, which is the spatial plan. And then Andrew has also sent an updated regional policy statement information. So I'm making an assumption you will receive that information. Thank you. Excellent. So we've got 3 months of minutes.
Just urgent business.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon, I overlooked that. My apologies.
I just wanted to raise and public excluded some information that's come to Fiona and I about the frost fan, and we're just wanting to get some more background information.
Okay.
Oh, not the frost, I mean the solar farm at White.
Okay. And the reason that you are going to raise that in public excluded is due to the commercial sensitivity.
Yeah.
And that makes that threshold grant, or
Madam Mayor, I think there are people named in the correspondence, so I think.
so it's natural persons.
Privacy reasons.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so just, yep, so we'll receive that and discuss that later. Thank you, and you all understand the reasons for that urgent business and public exclusion. Thank you. Rightio, so then we can move on now, and we've got some minutes to work through. These are the minutes from the council meeting dated the 25th of June. And I'll just walk through those pages if we can, and if there's any corrections, page 4 and 5, 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 15, 16, 16, 17, 18, 19. And page 20.
Sorry, Jeremy, I do have a correction to note. On page 13, 5.6, down the bottom on the resolution, D says removed uniform legal road encroachment fees. So this is in the fees and charges discussion. That point needs some clarification because the council wasn't actually removing the uniform legal road encroachment fee. Councillors may remember that in the draft document, there was a duplication of the wording of the encroachment fee. It appeared in multiple places. So it's not removing the encroachment fee, it's removing those duplications. So we just need to make sure that it's quite clear. So if the council's permission, I'll add an explanatory note to the minutes because someone, a member of the public, has asked what it was about.
Yes.
So the council didn't actually remove it. It's about removing the duplication in the draft.
Yeah.
And there was a very brief discussion about that in the council meeting, but that's what it was about. So council is happy to be there.
Yeah.
Explanatory note.
That makes sense, everybody? Yeah, so it's a duplication as opposed to the removal. Yeah, thank you. So, and that correction will come through in this minute. And to here as well, yeah, for clarity, but now and into the future. Yeah, that's great, thank you. Everybody got that? So that, we have looked at all those minutes, so if there's no corrections, no further corrections to those minutes, can I have a move in a second? Thank you, Gary. If someone likes second. Thank you, Vanessa. That we accept those minutes of June the 25th as a true and accurate record. All in agreement to that, please say aye. It's carried, thank you. And likewise, we'll just step through those if there's any matters arising. A reminder on page 5 about the Great Hall Chief Executive.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And just keep that active and alive, thank you. Yep, Gary and then Robbie.
Sorry, matters arising, Madam Chair, page 5, just if I can ask, is there a brief update we could receive in terms of Golf Links Road?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to do that public excluded if I may. There's some commercial matters involved there, so I think that's the best option.
Later. Thank you. Is that your same question? Radio, any, just stepping through any other matters arising, going through those minutes? Yep.
Page 11, and unfortunately, I probably know the answer. Was there any further update with the writing to the Waka Kotahi?
No, that's a really good question because last Friday, Hamish and I met with James Cagle from Waka Kotahi to discuss a range of things. One of them being was the application or the bid that our council made, and you know, whilst we understood that it was realistic from our perspective, it wasn't viewed in the same eyes at Waka Kotahi. So we certainly raised that. Interestingly, James was very interested in our situation as we see it. You know, the number of roads. I mean, many other councils don't have if I say the dynamic situation of our roads. We've got a lot of unsealed roads that actually aren't just flat roads. They've got, you know, a lot of hills or, you know, whatever. So he was perhaps had a little more interest in how we are managing that. Also, we raised the point that we've been to our community and our community are supporting financially through our rating this year and predicted for the following years a much higher level of investment from our community. And I think to be fair, that didn't go unnoticed when we raised that with James, that our community is really stepping up and are prepared to fund a better outcome on our roading network. We also had an intense discussion about our bridging network as well, because you all know the numbers, and the numbers that we've received in our indicative funding are hardly enough to paint a bridge, let alone to do any maintenance or replacement. So we had quite an intensive discussion around that as well. Also, we talked about the Conway Bridge in that context as well, and it would be fair to say, Hamish, that James is perhaps going to work with us to support us as we get in that long lead in towards the bridge replacement in the Conway. So do you want to add anything else to that?
Just on bridges, I guess, Wakatahi's view is that bridge replacements, when they come due, will be done on a business case basis. And so that implies that there could be differential levels of funding depending on the business case that's put forward. But that the money that's in the budget for bridging at the moment is insufficient to meet future needs. They also recognise, because you know, we've got 286 bridges on the state highway in the South Island. I think it's somewhere around 2,700. And they have a similar sort of age profile to our own bridging network, and they're grappling with the same problem that we're grappling with. So I guess we received acknowledgement of the issues, but we haven't got a solution.
So that's an update from that item. Dave, do you have
I'm
another
not sure
question?
it's appropriate at the moment. Was there any discussions about traffic lights in Amberley? Because the more I drive around the country, you know, Oamaru, secondary roads in Palmerston or anywhere, continuous traffic lights seem to be a
We
pretty
did,
simple solution.
yeah, we did have a reasonably in-depth discussion about the net effect once the Wood End bypass is in place, because that is likely to change driver behaviour the further north they come. So Waka Kotahi do have a line of sight on that, and we will continue to have that discussion as the bypass is built and the, you know, predicted effect might take place. I certainly raised the issue around our residents, you know, moving from east to west across the state highway. And there again, no solution, but I've raised that on several, so I will continue to be an advocate for that. Also discussed, it has been raised at the Road Safety Committee meeting, Gary, that safe zone outside MPD that was supposed to be removed because there is another one outside the library, and that one outside the MPD is often conflicting with vehicle movements, and he was also going to look into that as well. So, you know, we raised a number of issues with him, and but certainly driver movements, state highway in Amberley is part of that discussion.
Is there any idea of cost of a set of traffic lights, or being solution focused, as Ross would say? Is
So,
I don't see why we have to wait for a bypass.
okay, thanks, Hamish.
So what we haven't done is we haven't been solution specific. The solution is we want people to be able to cross the road safely in Amberley, and whether that's traffic lights, whether it's some other type of crossing, whether it's an underpass or an overpass or whatever, we're not saying we need to be the owners of the solution. We're saying there needs to be a solution, and I mean it's their road, it's their corridor, and they need to balance the safety of pedestrians versus the traffic. And our thesis, I guess, is that the safe crossing zones aren't safe enough. And so we're not telling them you must put up traffic lights. We're simply saying it's your road corridor. We need to come up with a solution that's safe for our people.
And these are the issues that our people are telling us, and It tells me.
And so we did have quite an in-depth conversation. But what we didn't do is specify what solution is the best solution. Because the best solution is actually separating the traffic from the people, but that's not necessarily an affordable solution. But if they think it's affordable and a good solution, we'd happily accept that in lieu of traffic lights.
Well, I suppose I just say being pragmatic, that's what seems to happen in Oamaru, seems to happen, Timaru, seems to happen in Palmerston North, it seems to happen everywhere else, so you don't need to reinvent any wheels. What does it cost to do it and what can't we do it, you know, because it's a mess trying to get out of Countdown or out of anywhere, so I don't know.
So it needs,
Oh, they're bloody rural farmers, carry on.
yeah, it needs to, it's like our long-term planning, it needs to, you know, it needs to be a business case, it needs to be considered and managed, and it needs to go in the RLTP so that the funding for year 3 would be traffic lights and Amberley, you know, so it needs to work through a similar process as we're working within our system on long-term planning. That's the system we're working with. I'm not saying it's helpful, but that's the system. And it would be fair to say that there's been some advocacy around this issue for a long time now. So it's clearly understood in their minds what our needs are. You know, I think that we need to continue to advocate for that. Happy with that response, Dave?
Carry on.
We'll move on then. Thank you. Page, looking for matters arising. Oh, sorry, Robbie, I need to
Sorry,
look up.
Matt. Look, don't want to get bogged down at all, but the other part of our voting things with emergency work, and I wondered in the discussion whether there was any talk around that, and I'm thinking particularly the likes of the road to Mania where we're backing all the time. Is there anything different coming from Wakakotae or that type of thing? I understand that it's probably typical up and down south of the country.
Yeah, we're certainly, there again, we had this very same discussion that the proposed emergency works 1 in 10 to 1 in 20 will have a significant effect on our district. And we raised that as an issue that, you know, is of concern to us in their in their new funding profile, I guess. Want to add anything else there?
No, I think that it's an ongoing conversation,
Yeah.
that the Wakakotae board now needs to consider the feedback that's been received on that matter and make a decision. But I think it's the very strong view that has come through from local government is that that halving the emergency works additional subsidy rate and doubling the event frequency is too much.
Yeah.
So.
And Vince,
I'm just raising again the concerns that I had in this agenda again about the funding, and you know we're increasing the roading rates, but how are we going to deliver when the other part of the puzzle isn't there? And I've got a question for staff: how do we deliver it when a lot of it will be undeliverable because of the cost? Now that you know they've turned us down again, really. I just wonder how are we going to deliver
I guess
for
that's,
the extra rates.
Yeah.
The people are paying and their share.
yeah, I think, I mean, the question that you're raising is a fair question. It's a question that will be in all of our minds, is that, you know, we've gone to our community, they've responded with a willingness in the anticipation that we would receive through the bid that never happened. And it's beholden to all of us as governments and our staff to ensure that we get the best from that contract, and we prove to our communities, but it will be a challenge.
So, if I could add, there's some very well-defined metrics in the long-term plan regarding this. So, you know, our bid was based on putting 50,000 cubic meters of metal on our roading, you know, in the bid. compared with the about 28,000, I think, that we put on last year. Now, with the extra funding, we won't get to the 50,000 because we're not getting extra funding from Whakatahi, but what we will do is we'll get to about 34,000 cubic metres of metal on the roading network. So you'll see an improvement in the amount of metal on the roading network. Not the full amount we wanted, but the ratepayers are funding extra metal on the roading network. Our resealing work, we aim to do about 40 kilometres a year, and our bid was based on that. So we have around 600 kilometres of sealed road. The life of the seal is around 15 years on average. So if you do 40 kilometres a year, you're keeping up with that. Last year we were down to around 26 kilometres per year. We're looking to increase that with the current funding. I mean, we were looking to get to 40 kilometres a year. We're not going to do that. We're going to get something like 36 kilometres per year or some number around there. So you will have some very clear metrics about what the program's meant to achieve, and they're there in the long-term plan, and that will be how you measure whether we're achieving things with the ratepayers' money. There's a wheelie digger trial. You know, our plan was to have a wheelie digger on the network full time. You know, during this year, and that's now not going to happen because we don't have enough funding for that. But we will have a wheelie digger on the network still trying to achieve a certain amount of drainage clearance. So what we're proposing is an improvement in the roading program, utilising the funding that ratepayers are committed to drive that improvement. It's not the full improvement that we wanted to do with Whakatahi funding because they haven't funded us, but it is an improvement. And Whakatahi will tell you that they've increased our funding by 46% over this period. But as you know, our contract rate had gone up 30% and then 10%, and other costs have increased as well. So the 46% improvement is actually zero improvement.
Thank you. Okay.
Very positive comment of 230 kilometres on my Husqvarna road on the back roads of Cheviot and Huranui, and not a lot of potholes. I was very impressed with and saw a lot of these new culverts being put on. So yeah, medal to go on in September, but don't want it on now. But thought the road network was in a pretty good state, Vince. Cheviot's done pretty well, really.
Okay, I think I'm just going to draw you all back. Matters arising.
Can I ask a supplementary question, really? Because I see in the minutes on page 8, I raised concerns of the sustainability of the cost of depreciation of things, and I see in that the Chief Financial Officer said the long-term plan, the council extended disclosures regarding the staging of funding for depreciation. It's clear that it's not all funding, depreciation or roading for a significant period of the long-term plan. So we've got a hole in our funding still. Really. It's, you know, it's there, isn't it, Jason? And I'm just raising that. I'm not talking about a bit of shingle here or there. I'm talking about the sustainability of the funding over the time. So you don't get bogged down in little bits. I'm talking about the whole picture.
That's right. Okay, I think we need to move on as matters arising. We're probably getting into some operational context. So if I can just bring you back to matters arising. So we'll go back to page 8, 9, 10, 11. Any matters arising on page 12, 14, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, and that takes through to page 20. So no further matters arising to those minutes. Councillors happy? Very good. We will now look at the minutes of the council meeting dated, the extraordinary council meeting dated the 15th of July. Excuse me. So just looking for accuracy, councillors, on page 21, 22, 23, thank you, Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this will be my last comment on the stormwater, but just regard on page 22
Yep.
regarding the first dot point there and 90, partway down there, 90% rated from urban, 10% rated from the rural area. Each split is then divided by the number of ratepayers in each area. And that's actually not correct, because if I just say that it's the factor that you have on your rates is what you're rated by. So if you have a factor of 3, you're rated 3 times the stormwater rate. So it needs to be clear in there. So it's not a 90-10 split as you thought it might be. It's a depending on the factor that you have on your property. So if you have 4 houses on your property, you're paying 4 times $29. Right, so it needs to be somehow in here, and I have warned Jason, so he's come up with some words I think that will clarify.
Right.
Well, the people need to be able to see what it actually is. So
Because that was my next question. Have you got some appropriate wording?
yeah, I'm hoping Jason is.
Madam Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Barnes. The rate is actually struck based on separately used or inhabited parts of a rating unit rather than just pure ratepayers or rating units. So the numbers, I think I clarified later that morning, the actual numbers. I was using some numbers very much off the top of my head, but we have the rate had been struck on 5,333 separately used or inhabited parts of rating units in the urban area, and for the rural area it was 3,736 separately used or inhabited parts of the rating units. My numbers were just slightly wrong there, but when we formally adopted the setting of the rates, that specific item was stated that it was charged based on separately used and inhabited parts of the property. So my apologies, I do use them interchangeably. Unfortunately, in this case, it does need to be quite clear that it is a silver bore used or inhabited parts, and that matches how we strike the rates for district-wide footpath maintenance. So it is, we purely use the same formula. So that's enough to.
Yeah, so I guess the issue is that we get a clear understanding, but it's actually very clear to the reader maybe is what you're looking for, Ross. And so making assumption that I'm not sure whether those words, how those words are going to be configured as a correction to those minutes. Perhaps a note like the last example maybe might be clearer than trying to reconstruct them the minute as it's written at the moment. Ross, have you got any?
Well, it's you can take out it's not the number of ratepayers, it's actually the number of inhabited properties.
Yeah, so maybe using those words separately.
Used or inhabited.
Yeah, maybe use those words to clarify.
Yeah.
And that would satisfy your concern.
Yes, I
And
think that would be
would
clearer.
satisfy the mechanics, Jason, so.
And that
Yep.
matches exactly what our.
Yeah, okay, so I think that's great. Yep, happy with that, Ross, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other corrections looking, so we've done 20, thank you, Robbie.
Oh, no, I just wanted to clarify the clarification. Jason, can you clarify that the factor, that applies to all of the fixed party rates, that's your rubbish collection, your library, everything like that, isn't it? That's where the factor comes in. Yeah. So that, the similar thing could be across a number of things, but that's what it means.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so 22, 23 and page 24. There's no further corrections to those minutes. Can I please have a mover? Thank you, Karen. I have a seconder. Thank you, Tom. All in agreement that with those adjustments, or that adjustment that those minutes be taken as a true and accurate record. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, that's carried. Thank you. And I'll just quickly consider, is there any matters arising from those minutes? No, thank you. So that takes us to our final set of minutes, which is the temporary road closure subcommittee. So those present were myself, Councillor Burton and Councillor Hislop. You will have read those. I don't think there is any alterations to those minutes. Do I have an agreement? I'm happy to move those as a true and accurate. Do you have a second that, Robbie? All in agreement that, please say aye. Fine, and I guess there's matters arising through that whilst we went through this process, this application, once we had the meeting, the application for the temporary road closure was actually completely withdrawn. So so just as a matter arising to that, will be noted that the event never took, or that part of the event never took place. That's great, thank you. So councillors, that takes us to page 27, which is our known forward work program. I'll take that as read alongside the diary. Good. Actually, just perhaps the only correction to that. The 5th of July, was that when we went to meet Minister Brown? That was the day I wasn't able to go because I was at Brown. So it probably needs to be deleted. I'm sorry, I meant to look that up. No. So what I'm talking about is July the 5th, a meeting with Canterbury Mural Forum with Minister Brown. No, that wasn't the 5th, that was the following week. Oh, maybe it's not there.
It was the 12th.
Okay, done and dusted, nothing more. Okay, and we'll move over to page 30, and that's the working group. We've got the Queen Mary Historic Hospital Reserve. Judith, do you want to give a bit of an update, please?
So Mayor, the working group met via Teams a couple of weeks ago and worked through, I guess, where the status of the build is and some next steps. So I've got a few photos. These are the photos that were presented to the working group. They've just got to flip through them. This is the main hall. The floor is now completely covered to protect it, but you'll see that out on the perimeter there has been part of the floor removed, stepped in the middle there. Difficult to see from that photo, but actually you can see now what the famous sprung floor looks like. It's not quite as we expected, is it, Hamish? It's a
Fascinating.
It is fascinating, yeah, it's a chunk of metal. So the foundations, the wire, but they're not wire, that's in preparation for the pouring of the foundations for the steel portals, and those foundations have been poured now. Next one.
Just for those that are interested, the sprung floor is actually sprung on large leaf springs like you'd find on the back of a car, and large steel leaf springs. So that, yeah, amazing.
So you can dance smoothly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's one of the few sprung halls, or floors that yeah, it's pretty cool. So that's a close-up view of just preparing to pour that foundation. This is so the chimneys were all lowered below the roof line after the 2016 Haranui Kapora earthquake. So these chimneys now need to be removed. Here at New Zealand, we're happy that the chimneys be removed. This area here actually is the area often referred to as the library, and the bit where you see through is where the toilets were. And this is going to be the new entrance. Next. This is the Anuri Avenue octagon, and now that the internal walls have been removed, a lot of light. This was quite dark and dingy. but now a lot of sunlight has been let in. It's a fantastic space. The artwork on the support poles they're all wrapped and they've been protected, and potentially they will be copied and then replicated. And this was that one was an area where there was asbestos. This with an old building, you get things that you are not expecting. So this was a water tank up on the roof, and so it needed to come down because some of the roof structure needed to be altered. So that was a little surprise, but not too insurmountable. This is where the commercial kitchen is going to go. And this was an old toilet area, which was directly opposite the toilet area where the entrance is. So taking out a few walls has led a lot of extra lighting. And then this is the Western Octagon, same sort of thing where the floor has been cut to provide for these for the foundations to be poured. There was only, I think, one internal wall in here, so but yeah, a lot more sunlight. Just wait, Graham, on that one. What we have been also working on is looking at what the next stage might look like. So this stage that we're working on at the moment is the earthquake strengthening and restoration of the Soldiers Block. At this point in time, it feels like more like a demolition because we're not taking things out, not really putting things in. But we have started to think about what the next stage, the wetter type experience might look like. So a small group of us we'll call ourselves the fundraising task force. It's made up of Graham Abbott, Mark Ingalls, Jason Fletcher as the chair, and myself. And we've started thinking and looking at fundraising a target of around 6 million to capital to progress with the next stage. It's been a really interesting process. We've engaged a fundraising agency to help us. And I think everyone in the group has said that we're certainly being educated in processes and procedures for big ticket fundraising. And we've already had a lot of, quite a few learnings as we've been guided along in this process. Fundraising of a big capital like this is actually 95% planning and 5% asking. So a lot of work is being done before we launch this, likely to be NZ Day 2025, which is the same date as we intend to open the Soldiers Block. The campaign will publicly be around 9.2, 9.4 million, and that number comes from the entire project. So we would go out saying we've actually already secured 3 million, and that gives people who might want to partner with us confidence that we already have some money as part of this project. So I've talked about the timeframes. So there are 3 main avenues for fundraising, so trusts and foundations, corporate partnerships and major donors. So we're looking to target the major donors and the corporate partnerships first. So you aim to get in the big money first, and then you work your way through that. And then there is also bequests, and that provides for a longer term income stream. So that will help with the ongoing refresh of the project, some of the maintenance. So one of the things that has come out of this process is the need to establish a charitable trust. Donors will donate to a charitable trust. The type of fundraising that we're looking at, it's unlikely that funders would donate to the council. So we're looking at the process of establishing the Queen Mary Historic Trust, that's what it's called. And there needs to be a conversation with the council about how that might work. So the intention is to bring a paper back to the August council meeting to seek some approval for some additional funding to progress the next stage, and some approval around the trust. And Graham, sorry. If you're interested in a similar model to this, this is the, let's say this wrong,
Lacanwa.
Lacanwa. So this is something that has been established in France, and based around a very similar model with a trust, funders, and yeah, the bill and then the ongoing maintenance of it. So yeah, if you're interested, yeah, but that's the site. I'm happy to send that out. If you click, Graham, can you get onto the funders page? Thanks.
That's great, thank you. Really interesting, the connection with and you know, so many opportunities for I think the strategic approach that the group that you talked about this morning is taking to ensure that, you know, look at the big picture and then cascade down, I guess, or cascade out. But you know, it's I think the work that you've done on our behalf is outstanding, and I'm really appreciative of it. So thank you for getting us to this point, and you know, there's shared excitement. I'm sure that we can work together as a council and as a community to create that vision and you know, be respectful and remember, because it is really, really important. So I think the work is just outstanding. Then obviously might be some other questions, so just thank you, Robbie.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. I think those demolished timbers coming out, is there any thinking around repurposing or crafting or some of that stuff, reaming and all sorts, I'd imagine?
Yeah, they've had a bit of a look at it. I don't think there's what's coming out at the moment is of a lot of value, but the men's shed, who are not far away, are walking across and securing any little bit that they think might be useful. So actually, at the moment, we're reusing as much as we can and looking to minimise the amount that will go to the transfer station. So yeah, that's being looked at. One of our building officers was interested in some of the material, but said that there wasn't anything there that he could use. So yeah, it's certainly being looked at. The radiators have been taken out and carefully stored away for now. Whether there's any use for them, that they can be restored and sold, I'm not sure, but we are certainly looking at recycling, reusing, cashing up whatever we can.
Is there any other questions of what we've just seen or heard, or comments?
Did you say, Matt, that we need some more, council need to put some more funding into it? How much do you think it would be?
I'll bring that back to you in August.
Okay.
It's the way we're looking at is setting that up as it would be a loan to the trust. So it would come out of the fundraise money, but it would be a loan. So it's not additional ratepayer funding, but some debt.
And that's likely to come to the August meeting. Yes, yeah, that's great. Okay. Any other questions around what we just heard? With that, thank you again, Judith, a great update, and you know, certainly the visual reminder is always really important. So with that, can I just ask someone to please move that we accept pages 27 through to 30 of our agenda? Thanks, Gary, thanks, Pauline, all in agreement, please say aye. Against, that's carried, thank you. So I think we might take this as a bit of a pause and have morning tea. It's 10:45 and we are back by 11 o'clock, and then we'll get into our decision items. First up being the Southwood Spatial Plan. Okay, thanks very much. We'll adjourn till 11. Thank you. In our meeting.
Yes, there is.
Thank you, and we are at our first decision item. We've got Karen back online, which is great, and our first decision item is around the South Ward spatial plan. You know, this has been a journey that we've been on with Nicola and with Bruce. It's lovely to have you here today, Bruce. And so I'm sure that we've all read the paper and the attached document, but perhaps if you just want to take us through the points that you'd like to do so, and we'll see if there's any further questions, and then we'll look into these and recommendation. So that's great. Over to you, Nicola. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I'm very happy today to present the South Ward Spatial Plan for the Council's adoption. This plan is a blueprint for how and where the South Ward, in particular Ambling Leaffield, will grow and develop over the next 30 years. The plan has been developed in collaboration with Ruth and the team at Barkers and Associates over the past 18 months. The development has also involved numerous workshops with councillors, along with workshops with the South Ward Committee and an early workshop with the Youth Council. The spatial plan has been through 2 rounds of engagement with the community. The first round was to seek input into the formation of the spatial plan and spatial maps, while the second round was to seek feedback once the spatial plan had been drafted. After each engagement round, we held workshops to discuss the feedback with the councillors and made adjustments to the plan. The report in the council agenda provides an overview of the key changes made since the second engagement round and provides a high-level overview of what each section of the spatial plan covers. In developing the spatial plan, the aim has been to present the spatial plan information in an easy-to-understand format, which is visually appealing. Due to the high variance in growth scenarios, the spatial plan has been designed to be flexible and able to respond to the various growth scenarios, noting that growth will be monitored and implementation actions can be brought forward to respond to changes in growth scenarios. If the spatial plan is adopted today by council, the next important part is how the plan is implemented. As a strategic document, the spatial plan will be implemented through other processes. These are set out in the spatial plan's action plan. Progress of most of the identified actions will require further engagement and or formal consultation with the community. To ensure the spatial plan is maintained and progress monitored, actions are included to review the spatial plan and growth projections every 3 years in line with the long-term planning process. This won't necessarily be a full review every 3 years, but this will ensure that spatial plan continues to be relevant and useful document. I'd like to thank the council for the time and input that has been provided to the development of this document, and I'm happy to take any questions or clarifications.
Thank you, Nicola. Great overview of the process to date, so well done. We've all been part of this journey, councillors. We understand what this blueprint, as Nicola has described, is, and how it will be, how it will influence, I guess, the South Ward or Amberley and Leaffield. But I'm happy to take any questions to clarify what we have in front of us today. Any questions?
Madam Chair, I've got 3 points if I may, but I guess as an introduction, as a councillor, an individual councillor, I just would like to compliment the team on the and the widest, the whole team and every which way in terms of the whole energy and the direction and the effort and everything that's gone in and the result that we've got in front of us today. So I want to recognise that. 2 small points of sort of clarity and detail. In the deliberations we had after the submissions, or in the discussion on the submissions and the deliberations, I think there was a wider understanding or acceptance that Markham Street itself may not be able to fully live up to the earlier thinking about the improvement in streetscape, limitations on traffic flow and so on and so forth. Yet this document still seems to have the original idealistic, and I mean that in a positive sense, picture of Markham Street in the future. And I just wonder if in fact where it refers to Markham Street in this document, it might need to be a tag comment put alongside it which just says, based on early thinking, may still require further input or something like that, just to caution people that Markham Street because of its issues and it's, you know, it's growing in truck volumes, interestingly. You know, in the last 2 years as a major thoroughfare with logging trucks and goodness knows what coming down the highway and then accessing through to Rangiora and vice versa. I'm just not sure the original design of Markham Street that came through in all the brainstorming will actually see that light of day, and I think there should be a cautionary comment added. Don't change it. I just think it needs a tagline which says, you know, further review or whatever. I'll leave that with you, but that's the first point. Second point on the action plan, which I think is page 44, towards the end of the A4 pages, section 5.3. I see the references there to HDC, and I'd be interested in the view of the other South Ward councillors, particularly on this. I would like to think that in there, as well as the reference to HDC, we put specific reference to the South Ward Community Board. Working on the basis here that we've approved it. I know it's out for any final feedback and still go through its process. But as a council, we've set the community board in train, and I'd like to think the community board's name is also on this in this document as a stakeholder and a sense of responsibility. I hate to be at a community board in a year's time at a meeting, and then they say, well, we haven't thought about it because our name's not on the spatial plan. I just think there should be a connection. That makes sense. My third point was really just a question to Hamish, and Hamish and I traded an email with Hamish, but I'd like to raise the point just in public so it can be recorded into the minutes. But the government 2 or 3 weeks ago, whatever it is now, might be 3 or 4 weeks ago, through the Minister Chris Bishop, announced directions at a high level for councils to change that, to make rapid progress in the area of residential intensification, further urban development and so on and so forth. And I asked the question of Hamish, does that direction out of government have any influence or over what we're planning here in terms of how we see Amberley and the South Ward growing? Or is that totally separate and doesn't in any way undermine this? So Hamish, if I can just get you to give the same response you gave to me, so everyone understands that.
I mean, the South Ward spatial plan has been developed on the basis of particular government policies. It's about how the community sees development in the South Ward. But I mean, we also need to recognise the current government has a direction to see land freed up for house building. We're looking at a Wooding bypass, being built, which will make this area more convenient for people to travel to and from. And there is likely to be pressure, particularly for more land to be zoned. And the work that done looks at some quite different growth scenarios and contemplates those things. So that's not to say that the growth couldn't be bigger or less, but they've tried to look at some feasible scenarios. So I guess there are current restrictions on us regarding availability of land, and if the government changes the law, then that could make land more available or less available depending on the government of the day. At the moment, there is a desire to see more land open up, more houses built, and but there are still restrictions on what land that can be done. So there is different pressures, I guess, to try and answer your question. There are different pressures, and they change over time. The design, I think, that here is looking at some quite different scenarios that potentially can accommodate that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, just to cap on the
community board scenario, because that's still working through the process also, Hamish. And to identify in this action plan, I'm wondering whether it might be a note that sits as part of this documentation, because we're still in a process of, can you remind me the dates of when an appeal might be made, and then?
Well, we know that,
Yeah.
two appeals have been
Yeah.
made already.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure when the appeals close.
Yes, so I'm just conscious that if that is the case, where it would be governed by another process to determine that or not, and wonder if maybe a note to identify.
And that could be okay. I guess the other thing I would say is if we hadn't even, as a community board, was not on the table, I'd even be saying the South Ward Committee's name should be on this. I just don't want this document, personal opinion, the voice of one, to sit outside what the community board or the ward committee see as their responsibility. They need to take ownership in the sense of driving and engaging and making this happen. And but at the moment, that name is not on here.
Either name is what you're
Either name, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you. You have a responsible, are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Responsive action.
Through the chair, yes, we can look into it.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Fiona, question from you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Probably a comment. I just wanted to support the comments made by Gary as regards Markham Street after that discussion, and that should be noted.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's what you're highlighting is probably got good agreement around this table as well. So I think I've got Vince maybe, and then Pauline, questions for clarity.
I'm just on the cost I'm just looking at the initial quote, 170, and there is another 45, is it, added on top of that for the population? And there'll be some more funding as well. So it comes over.
Does that come out of the planning budget? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's been budgeted for. It's not an exceptional cost that hadn't been planned.
Through the chair, no, it comes out of the planning policy budget.
Yeah.
So how much of our whole budget is taken up on this project?
Through the chair, I cannot.
Did you hear the question, Judith?
Well, what was the, I don't know, the agenda item at the moment, sorry, what have you got in that financial section as the total cost?
170 plus another 45.
And I will say that those, sorry, through the chair, those figures are including GST, and not GST exclusive.
Right.
Yeah. And that's over a 3 financial years or two? Two. About half.
Well, yeah, then you had opposite time, what do you think? How much? 20,000?
I can't answer that off the top of my head, but I think that I look at the planning policy budget, half of it has been spent on the South Ward Spatial Plan, and the other half has been spent on the Coastal Conversations project. So they're the two that have been the two priorities for the planning policy budget.
And I guess in consideration of the cost that will sit inside this 2-year span of our long-term planning, I guess, of the budget. The consultation and the development of this is actually to give a much longer view of how and where and why the South Ward, or Amberley in particular, Leafield and Amberley, but Amberley in particular, might or could develop in that long-term goal. So I guess it's significant cost, but I guess it gives some opportunity for us to be co-designing our future as well. So, and I think that's the desire of a document, to be alive and kept alive. And I guess that's why you're raising the communication with the community, is to keep that communication alive and the representatives of the community. And I think that's what I hear from you. Yeah. Thank you. So thanks for raising that, Vince. Is there any other questions? Clarify?
Mine is not a question, but a comment. Firstly, I just wanted to respond to the Gary's comments in regards to the South Ward group, whatever it may be, whether it's a community board or a South Ward committee. My take would be that that second part of that officer recommendation would allow the editing, minor editing, to allow for whichever direction that decision might go in. But I really wanted to reiterate what Councillor Jackson opened with, and as a councillor, I'm really proud of this document, and I'm really proud of the work that you've done. And I couldn't help when I was preparing for this meeting but reflect on that engagement spectrum that we have in the front of our document. And you know, this to me, it belongs to our council, but it belongs to our community residents because they have had such an input. And I'm really, really proud that we're getting ahead of the growth and development, and that considering the opportunities and constraints that might be in front of us. And you said, you know, you wanted it to be visually appealing, and I just wanted to note actually how aesthetically pleasing it is and how easy it is to read. So I just wanted to put that out there, but you know, what an effort, you know, and a community effort at that, and it truly belongs to everyone.
Thank you, thanks, Pauline.
No, not
Or not a final
comment.
comment.
No
No,
comment
sorry.
at all, really. Just raising an issue of conflict of interest. I should have raised at the start, but I didn't realise Markham Street was going to be raised as part of this. I'm a trustee, a trust that owns a property in Markham Street, and I'm also a shareholder in a business that operates in Markham Street. So those are noted on my conflicts register, but just for the purpose of this conversation, I want to be clear.
Thank you, and it will be noted. Look, I think that, you know, as we've all said, this has been a journey that we've all been on. It's been a collaboration with a number of voices, and I think the result is a document that, with all intent, it needs to be kept alive and vibrant and action focused, and that. So with that, I think that we're looking to the officer recommendation on page 31, which is to adopt the Southwood Spatial Plan and to authorise those minor editing. And I think there is shared agreement on the comments that you've made, Councillor Jackson, in regard to Markham Street particularly, and in regard to Southwood Community Board and or Southwood Community Committee. So if we can have those inserted into the document. I think probably the growth scenario in the government policy statement is something that we need to minute and just leave it there, but insert those other two proposals into the project. So with that, councillors, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to the, thank you, Pauline. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Vanessa. Did you put your hand up? Yes, I did. You did, thank you. No further questions or queries. I'll put that all in agreement to that. Please say aye. Aye. Those against, that's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Nicola. Thank you, Ruth. Really appreciate the work you've done, and we look forward to the next steps. Okay, have a great day. Radio councillors, I'll take you through to page 35 in our agenda, and can I invite Andrew to the table? Andrew, I think this might be the first time that you've been here with us today, and you may not have had the opportunity to meet councillors around the room. So, but it's good to have you with us, and I know you've been in the building for, I don't know, is it a month now or
6 weeks?
6 weeks.
I think.
See, time flies when you're having fun. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe a quick introduction, Andrew, before we work through this might be helpful, so you can kind of get a bit of a connection with who's sitting around the table. I'll start with you, Karen. Just a quick introduction for everybody.
Hey Andrew, welcome along. I'm Pauline White. I am South Ward from Broomfield.
Ross Barnes, West Ward. I'll finish
He lives at Mount Lifer. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, Dave Hislop, Dairy Farmer, West Ward.
Denise McPherson, South Ward.
And Tom Davies, West Ward, Hammer Springs.
Vince Daly,
Robert Ruiz and Emily.
I, Andrew Gary Jackson, South Ward Councillor, reside in Emberley.
And me. Hi, Fiona Harris, the East Ward councillor down sort of Glenmark end. Thank you.
Good as. Okay, so, yep, we warmly welcome you, and this is an interesting paper, so there might be some discussion that'll come from it, but we'll hear from you first, Andrew. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll just do a brief summation of the report. So this is Environment Canterbury's review of their operative regional policy statement. They're required under the RMA to do one every 10 years. The current operative plan became operative in 2013, so it's due. This review commenced, as I understand it, I wasn't in the country at the time, but I think sort of early last year, and included community engagement in July and August of last year. You can have a requirement under the RMA to consult on the preparation of a new or proposed RPS with various stakeholders, including council and tangata whenua, and may consult with any other stakeholder that they feel can contribute and where it's appropriate. So in late June this year, we received a draft RPS, which was sent out to all the councils in the Canterbury region and various other stakeholders. Now, and I think it sounds like it was a fairly broad range of stakeholders that they engaged with: federated farmers, fish and game, forest and bird, those sorts of usual suspects. We're required to have feedback back to Environment Canterbury by the end of July, so tomorrow. And then between probably now and the end or mid to late December, ECAN will go away, do some wordsmithing and knock this into shape and notify it for public consultation under the RMA. So as you see in my report, there's a number of themes. It wasn't a comprehensive summation of the feedback, but in summary, we'd be requesting amendments to the draft to ensure that the Southwood Spatial Plan is recognised as a strategic growth plan by the RPS, so that we can actually use that Southwood Spatial Plan. Well, we're requesting that land to the east of Amberley is excluded from the highly productive land mapping that they've created, so that any immediate growth that we need, we can accommodate that in that area that's been identified by the Southwest Spatial Plan. That's quite a large area, as I understand. It's probably about 100 hectares. We're requesting amendments to other provisions dealing with highly productive land, specifically to ensure that proactive relocation of communities at risk from natural hazards is able to be more actively considered. At the moment, it's poorly crafted in the policies. We'll be requesting amendments to provisions dealing with Indigenous biodiversity, just so that it's more consistent with the higher level national policy statement. At the moment, it's a little bit too directive for my liking. And there's probably another couple of national policy statements and the Act itself that the RPS needs to sort of give effect to that they haven't really done. So that's sort of getting into the geeky planning side of things, and whether they should say have regard to or pursuant to or whatever. I won't bore you with the details, but happy to take any questions on that. A topical one from this morning's briefing from the ECAN councillor. We'll be requesting amendments to provisions dealing with reticulated wastewater infrastructure. This has a big issue, especially for the townships that aren't reticulated. So we'll be looking to, we've suggested some wording changes to the specific policy. And I've added some additional, I guess, feedback about why, you know, why they need to consider it more fully. So taking a more balanced approach to the issue rather than a fairly blunt approach that I think they've taken. We'll be requesting that policies addressing rural lifestyle are amended so that it's not necessarily required to be adjacent to existing or proposed urban areas. From my perspective, it's rural lifestyle, which has got a specific definition, and it could be, doesn't, based on its definition, I think it doesn't need to be adjacent to an urban area. Rural residential, slightly different. We'll be seeking clarification about what effect new assessment criteria for outstanding natural landscapes will have on Huranui. We recently, well, relatively recently, adopted a new operative plan, and it's gone through that whole process of identifying and assessing outstanding natural landscapes. My interpretation is that we've got the policy gives us some wiggle room to rely on that, and I just want you can to confirm or not whether that's the case. I've also circulated some additional matters yesterday that in between when the report was finalised, we've had a workshop with ECAN and other territorial authorities last Thursday, which has identified a couple of more substantive issues and some more geeky planning type questions. So they were circulated. And there might be some stuff, some typos or some minor other things that we discover between now and when we launch the feedback, and including arising from this meeting, that we might want to add to the feedback. And we'll also be suggesting that ECAN reconsider when they notify. So they're proposing to notify, as I said, before the 20th of December. We don't know when that is, but I would think it would be early to mid-December. And it's not generally good practice, from my view, to be notified over the Christmas period. Everyone's thinking about beer, barbecue, and what else is there? I don't know. Defer it till mid-February, or alternatively to extend the timeframe. So it's normally a 40 working day submission period, extending that out to a 60 working day if they're going to continue with the mid-December notification phase. So that's all I had. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, so how about we work through the document that's in your agenda, just to get a logical sort of order to it. We go through these and then we can look at the additional information that you've received. So just so you know, you might have a mark on your pages in your agenda that you want to question for clarification or provide some feedback on that. Does that make sense to everybody? Do you want to see if we've got, do we all need a paper copy of this today? You're all good? Okay. Are you comfortable with that? So Andrew's given us an overview of his thinking, and perhaps we just want to work through and hear councillors' thinking to support or question maybe. Yep.
That's fine.
All right. So we look at page 1, the built environments, as councillors considered that in the context. Is there anything on page 39 that you want to question around the issues that are on page 39 of the report? Are we like the Indigenous biodiversity, are we making certain that we are not making this threshold, or are we going to get any perverse outcome with it, you know, because this is a sensitive and delicate topic and it's got a long history. So are we making sure that what we receive or what we're likely to receive is going to be not more arduous or challenging for members of our community to manage, I suppose is my question.
Yeah, I guess because we've got we've got the RMA itself,
Yeah.
which has requirements and its provisions for what is collectively called SNAs.
Yeah.
And then we've got the MPS on Indigenous biodiversity. So ECAN have taken a deliberate approach where the focus or the emphasis is coming from the RMA, section 6 and section 31. And less about the NPS, because we don't know, you know, the NPS has been signalled to be changed, amended, but it hasn't happened yet. But this is sort of more focused or is reflecting the RMA. So, and that's all the ECAN can do. It's what we would do at council if we were to develop a similar plan, and there's a bit of, yeah, we don't know what's going to happen at a national level or even at a regional level. So, yeah, it doesn't impose anything that isn't already required.
Yeah, and in place. So I guess, you know, it's about until the planning instruments change with the RMA proposal, this is what we've got in front of us.
That's
Yeah,
right.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, there are some changes to what we've got to do, and there was one of the packages that was included in yesterday's update, and that's policy 1B. Let's see, 1.1.B.
What page you want? This is in the new appendix.
Yes.
Yeah. Page 4.
Yeah, and it's always the nuance in the word.
Yeah.
The joy. So what does that mean? How does that work? How does it look like? What does it look like? Who's leading it? Who's funding it? Resourcing it? It could be massive. You know, responding to climate change, fantastic. Yeah, we want to do that. But, you know, it's what does it mean?
Okay. Dave, you had your hand up, I think. Question?
Yeah, slightly back a little bit on the water quantity, a lot of clarification. I'm not sure if I'm unforeseen. Could be if irrigators are wanting minimum flows and don't want to go, you know, keep consistent flows. It has been talked about in the past for recreational, the canoeists want variable flows. And so, you know, so we wouldn't want to, who trumps who?
I've got no, I can't add to what's in there, sorry. I'm happy to review it and have a chat with you offline if that helps. I mean, we wouldn't be required to, I think, give effect to the quantity or quality provisions. It's a regional council function.
Okay. Councillors, I'm going to go back to the agenda document, so page 39 and page 40. Is there any further questions that you've got around here?
I just was on this highly productive land. I was just trying to get my head around what's your argument that it shouldn't be highly productive land.
The land to the east of Amberley. Well, the spatial plan is identified as a preferred growth direction and growth area.
But it
So
hasn't said that it's not productive land. I'm just asking what arguments will we use to. We can't just say because a plan said it.
well, the Act provides exceptions where it is highly productive land, so there's no question that it is. But where there's an approved growth plan or growth strategy, that there's an exception to providing for that growth on those highly productive lands. So we're just saying, well, our plan hasn't gone through the special consultative procedure, but it's gone through a fairly robust public engagement process. It doesn't meet the definition of Environment Canterbury for what they would consider a growth strategy. We say, well, tweak your definition of that so that, you know, we can accommodate growth in our preferred areas. Still highly productive, but growth is going to go somewhere.
I'm just trying to.
Yeah. So I guess the spatial plan, whilst it hasn't gone through a special consultative process, it's got enough rigor in it, maybe that it could be or should be used in conjunction with desirable outcomes, despite the fact or with the knowledge of it still fits under the highly productive land profile. Is that kind of?
And it'll go through, it'll be subject to a further plan change under the RMA, so, which will have further public engagement.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, good, Vince, thank you. I'm just going to move through the next page now, page 41. Is there any in there around section of Indigenous? There's quite a lot in there, really, restoring, increasing the targets of Indigenous vegetation cover. When I guess that's a desirable outcome, how do we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've asked for clarification on how this works. It doesn't.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone at Environment Canterbury or the other TAs knows either. Under the NPS urban development, I don't think anywhere in Huranui would be deemed an urban environment as defined by the NPS. So if that's the case, then it has no implications for us except for the second part of it, which is anywhere outside of those urban environments is also required to have a 10% increase. But as I understand it, we already achieved that across the whole district. So, but there's questions about is it meant to address or cover those urban environments as defined by the NPS urban development, or is it some other? To me, it seems pretty clear that it is the NPS UD definition, not something else.
So I guess if our voice was recognised, it would be increasing the clarity of the definition.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Quite confusing to be fair, but let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was really pleased to see that in there, actually, because I had that question as well.
Yeah. So we will move on to page, whatever it is, 44 through to 45, and that Ross probably comes to the on-site wastewater systems. You've probably done some thinking around that, and I'm keen to canvass your thoughts around that and provide some support for Andrew.
Madam Mayor, well, look, it's more the fact of giving people an option of, no, I'm not good at words this time, but giving people an option that they can still have the on-site wastewater system, because we're stuck between a rock and a hard place here. We're not going to get a reticulated water scheme in these little towns, not in that 3/4 gold. And it's like, well, somehow we've got to make this work for our communities, and I haven't got an answer for it, but it's short of them relaxing the rule. And if you talk to and I have talked to a person that deals with this who deals with consents, and it's almost like stressing putting it in perspective that the discharge from humans is less than 1% of the total nitrates, and so when you look at it that way, it's minuscule. So it's like, well, we're stifling our growth because of this rule, which when you put it in perspective it's just bizarre. So I don't know whether you can make anything on that, but it's
so we can strengthen the wording maybe to try and help address the issues.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. So yesterday afternoon with Nicola and Aidan, we sort of came up with some additional commentary or feedback to address what you've just said. And I'll just read that. So taking a more balanced approach to address the issues the policy is seeking to resolve. Small councils serve an important social, cultural and economic role within rural New Zealand. And the effect of this and similar policies is like to have a chilling effect on their continued survival. And I'm happy to take some additional wordsmithing on continues to evolve, whether it's over again an issue, or I don't think it is. Furthermore, the policies failed to provide for technological advancements in on-site treatment of wastewater. They do not take account of other activities which may be contributing to reduced water quality outcomes. So,
I mean, from an RPS perspective, I'm considering that probably some of these issues will have an effect on large councils as well, with where they've got small, I mean, thinking around Banks Peninsula or, you know, Christchurch City, that actually they will have some communities that they represent that actually might also have the same issues that you're raising on behalf of our district. So I'm not sure whether it might be just exclusive to smaller councils like us. So I think if we're going to try and be influential to an RPS, we probably should perhaps select some words that actually it's about smaller communities within councils will be impacted by, because that's probably more of an issue rather than a small council issue. I don't know whether I've got support around that, but that was my, when I was just listening to your comment, that was my thought.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And at the workshop last week, and in discussions with colleagues at other councils, that's been reflected back to weekend. I'm not sure they get it. But we came up with some suggested wording so that it's at the moment it exempts sites that are zoned rural lifestyle or large lot residential. So we're just saying, well, let it be an exemption for existing zoned blocks as well, up to a particular date. There's an issue of natural justice.
So do you feel as if we've given Andrew enough direction to try and perhaps choose some words or select some words that are actually going to ensure that we're in a no worse position with the review of our RPS?
Well, really, just what you said there, I think is really good, and you'll allow that on. So,
Cool, so you've got that. Thank you. Happy to move on, councillors? Yeah, thank you. So page 45, is there anything more is there about transport?
Yeah, I just got a hand.
Oh, sorry, Fiona.
No, that's all right. The price you pay not being in the room. But I'm actually looking at page 46. So just with the greenhouse gas reductions and knowing that the devil's in the words that you used, I'm just wondering where we say we've taken out promoting to enabling, what the difference is there if we're looking to strengthen that compared to what they've got in the that support is not strong enough. So
This one here, so we talk about transport.
Second box on page 46.
greenhouse gas reductions.
Yep, we got it now.
Oh, good.
I think it just emphasises that there's support sufficiently strong, given it's an existential crisis that we're in on increased greenhouse gas emissions, and seeking to reduce those emissions, so make it a priority rather than support.
I guess what I'm looking at is what that might mean for us in our district, that a difference in actions that we might have to take if we're supporting strengthening it as opposed to accepting it the way it is. I'm just not sure what difference that might make to what we need to do as a council.
I'd have to look at the document itself to see who's the lead agency in implementing that, whether it's a district plan implementation or a regional or a joint regional territorial authority, and I can come back to you to see what that means for.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because sometimes, as you said yourself earlier, it's often in the wording, and if we end up having to add extra costs to everything we do, we need to understand that if we're going to encourage a stronger voice on it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've got that, Fiona. Thanks, because the devil is in the detail, isn't it, really, the elephant in the room, all those sorts of terminology, but, you know, we want to be embracing what that might mean, but we don't want to be making it significantly challenging that actually exacerbates the problem for people in our community, I guess. It's finding that sweet spot, isn't it, really? Yeah. Okay, Vince, sorry.
I'm just trying to work out this integrating transport infrastructure with land use. What does it mean? Because, you know, like I'm just
What does it mean?
what's it mean?
Well, it means that the growth goes to where the growth is supported by transport network and vice versa, so that the growth supports transport network. So including public transport and additional road would be my
Road, rail,
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to work in a rural figures,
Yeah.
like like stock fresh, all of a sudden, you know, they're growing all these vegetables which need transport, it's a land use change. We have to, you know, keep the road open, I suppose, is that what it's meaning?
I guess what it's sort of talking about is providing a network of transport availability for, you know, Canterbury Inc. or New Zealand Inc., you know, and it's in that last sentence where it's talking about reducing, where practicable, the demand for private motor vehicle use. So for us, you know, the issue probably is that, oh, I've got a much more intelligent response coming. Yeah.
In my ear telling me. So the intention of this is that if you were expanding out of to the edge of a city or a town, that you didn't do that in a way that wasn't integrated with transport.
Yeah, what we've already got.
Yeah. So making sure that growth areas are linked to public transport. So it's around integrating, planning, land use change with transport networks. It's not
And I suppose a good example of
And
that.
it's just in a safe and efficient manner, so you're not putting it on the next to a highway for no apparent reason. It's making sure it's got the right connections to the rest of the township and so on and so on. That's why we changed it to prioritising, but promoting doesn't really lead anything, but prioritising that kind of makes it so you can't.
So I suppose like a good example of that would be, you know, down at Selwyn with the hub for rail connection to the coastal units, making sure that that's an integrated, connected passage for transportation. Yeah. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just
So
trying to
the
work out what-
discussion, so I guess promoting and making sure that things aren't done in isolation. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, taking a strategic view. Strategic integrated.
Yeah.
Mayor, just, sorry, hold on one step further. With regard to the item on page 46, in the middle of the page that we just been talking about, Amanda's set up below, prioritise achieving greenhouse gas reduction targets by enabling the use. Within the NPS, where does the responsibility sit for enabling?
Good question.
I'd have to look at the RPS to see who is responsible, but I would have thought it's an Environment Canterbury function, and
I asked the question in regard to where that policy with those words leaves a council such as ourselves with regard to being required to facilitate or financially support, or however someone might extend the understanding of the word enabling, whether it's the installation of charging stations, whether it's the refusal of a resource consent for a new fuel station that might be proposed somewhere, or the renewal of a consent for an existing station. It could be that someone would say, if you are really going to enable greenhouse gas reductions, you should not extend a consent or renew a consent for an existing fuel station wherever it might be in our district, which then might disadvantage a whole lot of people. I'm just trying to understand within the NPS, if we propose in our submission that we want the word change from promoting to enable, how much of the responsibility for enable potentially comes back to us?
We'd be required to develop district plan policy that reflects or gives effect to this policy, however it ends up being worded. Now, I'm not sure that the enabling the use of transport modes would mean that we would have a policy in our plan that would stymie a fossil fuel, petrol station, traditional one.
But the words here say enable the use of transport modes that have low or zero gas emissions, etc. I mean, there's an implication that we're going to take a leading role to enable
I guess
reduction
the
in fossil
implication would be that with the district plan would take a more enabling approach to considering infrastructure or facilities that, so not necessarily us doing it, but the district plan making it an easier pathway, perhaps. Now, if we're happy to change it or leave it as promoting rather than enabling, I mean,
Or are we, it is about wordsmithing, isn't it really, but actually just trying to consider and think through the tone of the discussion. Is it more reflective of our community and the needs or desires of our community to continue in the RPS to actually support as opposed to prioritise? Because that might change the structure of actually what is enabling or not, and I think it's the word support might be more reflective of our community as opposed, if we prioritise it, it means that it's in a hierarchy of need, it might diminish opportunities for our community.
I think I'm reacting to the two words, prioritise versus support and enable rather than promote. And to me, they take us down a pathway where I've got some uncertainty. That's the best way I can put it. I'm sorry to be pedantic about it.
No, absolutely right.
Yes. Can I go to Dave and then I'll come to you, Judith? Dave?
Yeah, no, I was just going to totally support having support rather than enable or whatever. Because any of these document policy statements, they feed down into consents and compliance and all those things. And so to me, it's what's not in it. It's probably more important. So to me, it's support and enable on that.
Cool, thanks Dave. Judith? Aidan, thank you.
It's also not just looking at cars as a whole as well. It's also looking at, in terms of subdivisions, looking at active transport modes, making sure subdivisions will have footpaths on both sides of roads, links to cycleways. It's not just looking at Haranui exactly, but it's for the whole Canterbury. You need to make sure that everywhere is connected in a way that is sustainable. And that's why the prioritise is needed. There was another rule in the plan that made us look to prioritise here because they used prioritise only once in the whole transport and infrastructure section. And it didn't really relate to anything that I would consider a priority. I'd say making sure that townships and subdivisions are walkable, cyclable, and better function to the rest of the transport system is a priority.
I think we've been, because I think we were, are you talking about the integrated transport?
No, the prioritised greenhouse gases, so you're reducing greenhouse gases.
Okay, right, okay, that's fine. I don't know whether we were crossed over there or not.
So we're reducing greenhouse gas emissions by promoting other active transport modes, walking, cycling.
Right, okay.
So it's not a general reducing greenhouse gas. It's specific to transport and promoting transport that is walking and cycling, not relying on cars, which contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. So it's quite a succinct policy.
So it's directly only to transport.
Yes.
Can't pull anything else on.
No,
Yeah, no, it's under the transport section only, yeah.
right, okay. So perhaps if we rewind some of that conversation and have a bit more clarity around that, how can we make sure that we don't get any undue outcomes from this, that it is just about the transport section? And is that something we need to put through, yeah, that.
Madam Chair, I mean, it is in the transport section, so it does, the words do.
Okay, right.
Respond to a transport issue. And a greenhouse gas issue, so it's in the transport.
So maybe we're just overthinking it a little bit. I've got Pauline and Hamish, I'll just go to you, Pauline.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I noticed that Judith, just when you spoke then, you used the word promoting rather than enabling as well. Because like Gary, I was thinking about the financial implications, not just for developers who might be, say, subdividing, but for us as a council, the implications of us enabling these, active transport modes, which we absolutely would love to prioritise, but actually we have financial limitations. So I am a whole lot more comfortable with the promotion rather than the enablement as well.
I think we're getting some direction maybe.
I think it's important to highlight that this doesn't necessarily fall to the council, it will fall to development or developers. So if they put in a subdivision, our plan would respond to this by having provisions in our district plan, which maybe or maybe not, I don't know, it's hard to too far into the future.
I guess my concern is that when development takes place, after a time period, it's invested in council and it becomes a financial, I don't want to say burden, but a financial responsibility for us as a council and our ratepayers. So and it is, I know it seems just like wordsmithing, but I think that Councillor Jackson's picked up on a really, really important point there.
Look, I think it's clear that councillors have some concerns about unintended consequences in this, and there are potential unintended consequences. For example, if there's some sort of prioritisation of where development occurs, it will occur where there's public transport in favour of places where there's not public transport, that sort of thing. So I think you're rightly wary about this, and I think probably we just take that on board and just revert it back to the original wording.
Yeah, look, I think there's been a really good discussion actually, because it by having these sorts of discussions, it actually helps clarify our minds. I mean, around the impact of our district plan, but the effect of the regional policy statements, and how one folds into the other. So, thank you for letting us to sort of tease that out. Something that you do every day, and it's only something that we do every now and again, Andrew. But I'm happy for us to continue with that discussion now. Is there anything more on page 46, councillors? Oh, Pauline, sorry.
Yeah, if I may, so I mean, I obviously read this and then this came yesterday. And so I'm looking for some commentary around page 46, 47 or 9, 10 as it is in the agenda, and page 5 as it is in the appendix, just in regards to, because I thought there were some really good points that have been made in regards to the flooding, coastal erosion risk and surface fault rupture risk and the need for clarifications. And I noticed that that's all been struck out, so I guess I'm looking for some commentary on the reasoning behind that.
Okay, so if I start at the surface fault rupture risk, our concern was more of a question for me when I was collating all the planning team's responses, that no mention of liquefaction is made. So when we're doing strategic planning, how does anyone consider liquefaction? But it's addressed in another chapter of the RPS. So it's addressed in the urban form and development. And there's a higher order or higher level objective at the start of the RPS as well, which addresses it. So when we're looking at development, we can consider liquefaction. So based on that, you know, that issue's being sort of, in my mind, resolved.
So it's not lost, it's just.
Right, in a different spot,
Yeah.
thank you, that's
And
helpful.
that's the challenge with these documents is, you know, they're trying to make it a more integrated document, and sometimes things get lost.
Yeah.
So that, the coastal erosion risk, well, there's a definition that sort of sets out that it's, and that's policy 4, coastal erosion. There's a definition of what relocatable means. So that answers the question sufficiently for me, which means a whole or in part, a building in whole or in part. So it's not a, there's no clarification needed. The has NHP2, based on the egress route definition, the alternatives are contemplated with respect to subclause C.
And there was another bit in there in regards to, the vagueness of subclause C. And I'm sorry, I haven't gone back to that subclause after I received this appendix.
I guess, I mean, we're dealing with the natural hazard issue here, and to make provision for an egress route, a safe egress route, I think it's fairly important from a human and livestock health perspective. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure. When the Amberley Beach is relocated, for example, so it only affects new development, new builds, doesn't affect existing. So when Amberley Beach is, if it's proactively moved, when they're siting it, if it's within an area that's subject to a natural hazard, then would need to identify any egress routes, which seems to me a pretty sensible approach when we're considering this. Now, I don't know the specifics of where the parcel of land for that relocation is.
So it's future-proofing new development sites as opposed to imposing
So if it's
something on an existing site.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, so that explains why it's been struck out. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that. That was just the commentary I was looking for to understand the adjustment.
Yeah, it's complex, isn't it, really, when you
It
just
is.
read it in isolation like this. So we will just keep moving through, Andrew, and perhaps councillors looking at the wildfire risk on page 49, and then there is insight, and there's appendices that we've received. So it's the agenda. So perhaps talk us through that one and see where that sits out.
Yeah, so thanks, Madam Chair. I guess it's just adding additional significant wildfire fuel sources. And with, as I understand it, they haven't, they haven't identified amenity plantings, restoration plantings. So are they not a significant wildfire source or fuel source or not? So it's just to sort of add to what that definition is, just to ensure we're managing risk.
To capture all of those potential wildfire source.
Yeah, and they seem to be, I mean, you sometimes can't always capture everything and you don't want to, but they seem to be 2 or 3 likely scenarios.
Yeah. Ross?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just regarding the that definition there, and because we all know that bugs are our native or our indigenous biodiversity can be just as flammable, and I'm thinking of Manuka, and in a lot of cases, vacant land can just be overtaken with that certain environments where the rainfalls not even. So it's not just exotics that we're sort of really concerned about. Does it make it more complicated if we insert Indigenous biodiversity as well? We know there are species that are less flammable, and certainly in our environment, we're encouraging people to plant them around their dwellings for that particular reason, and get rid of these highly flammable Indigenous species because it's a high risk. But I'm not sure how you would this, or whether it's making it more complicated or.
My suggested amendments are to add shelter belts where areas of ecological restoration or enhancement are created.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they're not created, they create themselves, you know, that.
Well, yeah, so I guess then if you relocate or if you're building within close to an area of existing habitat, especially Indigenous vegetation, you know, they'll be subject to a sort of separate
okay.
matter under the ecological restoration.
Yeah.
So the suggested changes, looking at page 6 on the more recently received document, has kind of perhaps captured some of that might pick up some of the exotic versus the native biodiversity corridors as well. So it's about probably do we need to identify everything or not? You know,
Well, that's
so is silence better than
Yeah, look, I just want to point that out, that it's not just exotics.
Yeah, so do you think that under B in the secondary document picks up your thoughts, Ross, I guess is the question?
It doesn't really, but I
Is
don't want to create a worse problem down the track with someone putting a consent in for a dwelling in an environment like that, so it's a good thing of a few. But we can apply.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look, I'm comfortable.
Okay, I mean, and you've got to have this presented by tomorrow.
Yeah, I can.
So
I
maybe
can have a
we
look at,
think about it.
this is an amendment to the definition.
Yeah.
And I'll have to look at the policy that reflects it, and I can come back to you if you'd like.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to create more of a problem for people wanting to build in these environments. But you know, we all know that Indigenous biodiversity can be highly flammable. Yeah. I mean, here we are, we're trying to protect it, but it can all go up in a puff of smoke and
As the definition is actually just trying to recognise that though, isn't it, as opposed to manage it? I mean, there'll be
The
a policy.
definition is just trying to recognise
Yes,
the various.
just trying to recognise it in the definition. What the policy or the process of actually how it's going to be managed will be another piece. So this is just recognition of the wildfire risk.
Okay.
And identifying. Okay.
Yep, move on. Thank you.
I know, probably just, difficult. Radio. So page 49, page 50. Is there anything for councillors that you've read there that you want to clarify with Andrew? If not, I'm going to move on to page 51. Anything there, councillors? Page 52. Or 53. We'll be with those suggested changes, page 54 or 55. Thanks, Robbie.
Page 55, the rural lifestyle section there. I've got some real concerns there, but perhaps if you could explain what we're saying there, in case I'm going off on a tangent, or if someone could paint me a picture of what we're saying there for a start.
So as it is at the moment, in the draft would be any rural residential or rural lifestyle is required to be adjacent to an existing or proposed urban area. So next to Amberley, next to Hamner. What we're saying is that that might be okay for rural residential, given that the characteristics of rural residential is typically more residential, whereas rural lifestyle, it's the definition of it is fairly clearly rural in character, and then therefore, what role does it have in maintaining an urban environment? So we're saying if a developer wants to relocate adjacent to an urban area, fantastic, but don't preclude opportunities outside of that. So more rural areas.
What kind of opportunities are we talking about? Like residential or other development?
4 hectares. 4 hectare rural lifestyle.
Yeah. I guess for me, my concerns around this, we looked at all our plans a while ago, and all our towns have got boundaries around them, and we haven't changed any of them. We've done our plans for each of them. And so we're dealing with what's within the town, and I have concerns within the town development. There's responsibilities or constraints on developers around infrastructure and services and costs, development contributions, and all that sort of thing. And particularly where we say that we're saying we're going to loosen up what you can do on a rural lifestyle. What we call it, yeah. And we're also saying that there's no specific need for them to contribute to establishing or maintaining the qualities of the urban environment. I can see that's fair play if it's further away, but if you've got a development that thinks, well, we want to be quite close to the town because that's where the business is, so we'll plonk over the fence. I don't think that's a level playing field for me. So I just wanted to understand that, around what was lifestyle uses. Should we have been looking? I know we looked at industrial on our spatial plan, but I don't think it's come through onto the maps. That sort of thing. Do we want to develop willy-nilly? Do we want a town like Amberley that's struggling to get new business into the town? I don't know that particularly encourages that. And I sort of think, well, what are we saying to a developer? Is you can do a development there, and you'll need this, and this, and the cost of that. Or we're saying, or you could do it down there and sidestep that. I don't know if we are saying that or not, but I'd just like to understand if we're putting the right message there, and if we are maintaining a level playing field.
Yeah, thanks. I think you raise a good point. We don't have a rural residential strategy, as I understand it. So in the absence of that, this response would it's more enabling, so it would provide for that development further out. But that development is large blocks, 4 hectares. It's not smaller development. It shouldn't be taken away from township. But in the absence of a rural residential strategy, which we could develop, which would then identify what are the issues and where do we want that to develop.
So this is not having any impact on within our town boundaries. This is actually would be overlaid for our 4 hectare.
That would be
size.
the intent, Madam Chair, but I mean, long term, whether it's going to impact the sustainability of it's not just Amberley, I suppose. It could be other urban areas in the district. So to what extent that affects those urban areas, I don't know. I mean, this policy to me is very Greater Christchurch centric. Coming from Greater Christchurch, I sort of understand it and support it to a degree. But I'm representing Maranui.
That's right. We want to hear a lens on this.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, but to resolve it, I think a rural residential strategy, and you could then identify where do you want development to go? Do we care about development in the rural areas? Is it an issue we want to manage?
I guess for me, it's around what development. Yeah, it's one thing to a residential development or whatever, but yeah, do you want commercial going willy-nilly? And yeah, I guess it's around that level playing field, and just not having an area developed higgledy-piggledy, if you know what I mean. And it's kind of like a...
Yeah, we don't want to create a new town.
Yeah, and I think what we're talking about here, correct me if I'm wrong, is actually rural lifestyle, 4 hectare house, 4 hectare house, rural, but not commercial development within that. So we're talking about two. I think what I'm hearing, Robbie, is there's what you're presenting is managing commercial development, but actually it's about these are 5 hectare blocks with a house and some land package around them. That's what this is discussing and exploring.
Yeah, and working within our zoning and our planning and how the town should develop.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, no, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Fiona, you've got a hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I was just looking for clarification because if the proposed plan is saying that the lifestyle blocks need to be next to townships and is not allowing for it to be out in more of the rural area, which I think is what the read was on it, by accepting this change, we're actually allowing for that to happen out further away from an urban boundary or urban services. Is that what we're proposing here?
That's correct.
That's the way I read it.
Yeah, that's the way I read it. So yes, I would support that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
And I fully support that as well.
Okay, so I think we've kindly got, it's taken us a while, but we've got to the
intent.
Yeah, a place of understanding, I suppose, you know. Dave and Vanessa?
As you know, it's not a total supporter of rural lifestyle blocks on an urban centres like the low burns and that, because once you've into the 4 hectare blocks, that's the end of it. But conflict is further out in the hinterland. Sometimes there is some reasons to have some 4 hectare blocks that are part of a larger farming block, and that could be a succession plan where they need to take some money out. So there is a conflict in the whole damn thing, and to me the market sets it. So maybe it's a conversation that needs to have, because once you go out into rural lifestyle blocks, you will have a low boom, and you will lose it. And maybe that's what you want, but I would not want, say, around Colvin and highly productive dairy farms to be a mass 4 hectare blocks, but I don't think the market's going to let that happen.
For me, it feeds back to Ross's earlier point around the wastewater systems as well on the blocks. So, you know, there's a lot of other, one thing feeds into the other. We've got to get, if we're going to provide some feedback, we've got to make sure that our feedback aligns with one chapter with the other. Vanessa, I think you had a comment and then I'm keen to move on.
Through the chair, I'm just actually like to just take everyone back to page 51. I just want a bit of clarification around the use of the word appropriate, which I wonder if it's a little bit ambiguous. Can I ask you, by changing it from the word safe to appropriate, does that make the allowance for the restriction of access, or was that restricting access already allowed for under the word or the use of the word safe?
I think if we had safe, would need to define what safe was. And appropriate is, I think it's a bit broader,
I mean, obviously, I read it as it's being appropriate to Kanawari, but I just wanted to know whether the restriction of access was already an allowance made for previously to this amendment. You know what I mean? Or is that a new inclusion? Have we changed it from safe to appropriate to allow the restriction of access?
I don't think it's restricting access, it's appropriate to the, I would think appropriate to the issue at hand, so.
Circumstances, I guess.
So the, if it was an esplanade, if it was adjacent to a water body and there was a site of significance to Māori, then there's a requirement to provide appropriate access to mana whenua to that site of significance. So if it's not, then there's no need to necessarily provide that access.
Right. So it's really just about access.
Yeah. I just want to also clarify that I've asked ECAN for some feedback on the feedback that we're looking to give, and I haven't heard from them. So I tried again this morning. They're not taking my calls. So this was one of them.
You might be taking it personally, I'm sure.
Oh, I am.
Oh, that's one of them? Okay, I'll be interested to see what that feedback is.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Vanessa. Right, Karen, good to hear from you.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Just on page 54 there, approach to managing urban development, and I was just picking up on the proposal to add G there, which talks about tourism focused settlements, I guess. And I wondered if you envisaged there being a role for it being informed by community sentiment in social license as well. But rather than a developer saying, we want to put this new subdivision on the edge of Candice Springs or whatever, will there be any reference to the community we live in that environment?
Well, I guess that would come through the plan developments phase when we respond to this as a council, so amend our district plan. So we would have more nuanced, detailed planning response policies, possibly rules.
So would that be to do with whether things are publicly notified and what, what level of kind of consultation with the community would be as part of the process?
Probably wouldn't influence whether it's publicly notified. It's generally an effects assessment. It would be when we're developing our district plan, new district plan, whenever that comes about. So there'd be a level of engagement there. I'm not sure. And also when detailed proposals are considered, they'd also go out for public engagement and possibly pre-engagement. I'm not sure. Yeah, whether, it could be something that's considered. Judith, did you?
Yeah, I think your answer. This is a policy, regional policy statement. So it has a whole bunch of policies in it. The council then needs to give effect to when it's developing its policy documents. So the addition of this is just saying, when we're developing policy around urban development, that we need to recognise the special character of tourism settlements. So it's at that level. So when we give effect to this policy through what Andrew was talking about, district plan development of a private plan change comes in, then we need to do an assessment. How does this development relate to our district plan? And how does it relate to the regional policy statement? And there's a trigger here saying we need to consider whether expansion of urban development in these towns is appropriate or not.
So I guess it strengthens, for instance, our district then being able to put in some additional checks and balances around that.
It's just an extra thing to consider.
Well, I certainly support it going in there, sounds good.
Okay,
Just one thing that isn't in here, I was going to ask, is it in the policy statement? I was just thinking like the problems we've had with the Jed Buxton down there with the road and things. Does that get covered at all in these policies, Steve?
Is there anything in the natural hazards chapter about, and it's a river protection, river flooding type issue?
Because it sort of comes in where it's on a marine and a river, and it sort of becomes no man's land. And you don't really know what you can do. Or what you can do. I'm just saying, is there any way we can sort of...
Not sure that's an issue that can be dealt with through the RPs.
No, I'm asking, I'm not a planner.
Yeah.
Just trying-
Yeah, I don't really know the context.
I'll explain.
Yeah.
I
okay,
understand.
so I guess what Vince is asking for, you know, the Jed River opening up the mouth, when does it become marine environment or other? And if it's not through the RPS, is there another space where we can be influential, and maybe it's about coming back to Vince with that sort of answer.
Because
It probably sits out of this, so is what I'm hearing. Yeah.
Because it's becoming a problem region-wide.
Yeah.
You know, you can see what happened with Wairau. Yeah, so it's a national problem.
Yeah.
And so.
I think it's the next level down, so this would set the parameters for development of river plans as well, so they'd have to have regard to this. But then that would set the river opening regime when there's a natural hazard issue, consents and that sort of thing. Yeah, so it's whether this is sufficiently reflecting or considering more recent issues. So it's something we'll have a chat with
Yeah.
Judith about. And
So I guess you raised it with good awareness of, I mean, situational within our own district, but actually across the nation. And if this isn't the avenue to highlight or identify what is or where is, and then that might help us with some future advocacy. I think that's what Vince is asking. Is that fair?
Well,
Yeah.
that's what the river region here tells me.
Correct. Yeah, okay. So let's move on. We'll try and get this completed before we break for lunch, councillors. So I think we will be on page 56. And the approach to Māori land. And then the mapping, which is on page 57, I guess. So is there any commentary there? Thanks, Pauline.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Just through the chair, hoping you can help me with my thinking here. So I'm completely in support of the removal of the areas, you know, shown in that yellow triangle and that green patch. And the reasoning for that, given that we've just approved the Southwood Spatial Plan in particular. But I just wonder, are those maps, are they actually adjustable through the RPS process? I'm just thinking in my head, surely the parameters statement, the MPS.
Yeah, they would be. That is highly productive land, there's no question about it, but we can carve out through refining, and it was I think the first issue we sort of discussed, recognising our spatial plan.
Yeah.
And changing the definition of what excuse me, what I recall, what a spatial plan is, so that it recognises ours. So
Yeah, if I can, I know we talked about that first up, but I guess, and I completely understood that discussion, but actually, does the RPS have the ability to adjust it because of the MPS, considering, you know, all of those things we talked about right back as our very first point of discussion?
The answer is yes.
It is, thank you, I guess that's all I need. Yeah, thank you.
And we're having a bit of each way on this, so we're saying yellow, because that's easy, that's a very odd shaped piece of land, it's surrounded by residential on two sides. There's an argument around the words non-contiguous, that's not the word, there's another word like that, around highly productive land, And then we thought, oh, well, we'll have a bit of a crack at the green area because it follows the mapping.
Right, yeah.
So the yellow is we'll strongly advocate for, but we might as well have a crack at that green,
Yeah,
but at the same time.
So is the process then, if going through the submission process, ECAN agreed with that, do they then have a process to undertake with higher authority with government?
The MPS says that the regional council will
Have the ability.
they must
Right,
map
yeah.
highly productive land.
Okay.
They have to go through this process to map highly productive land.
Thank you so much.
And
That
because
clarifies
the
things really
regional
well.
council will go through that exercise, class 1, 2 and 3 are deemed highly productive.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
so we're in a holding pattern at the moment saying class 1, 2, 3 is highly productive and it's causing us lots of headaches.
Yeah.
But once Environment Canterbury have gone through this process of mapping highly productive land, then that will be what highly productive land is.
Sure, that's great. Thank you so much for that, Judith.
Right.
Just,
Okay.
sorry, while we're on that, what about the potential on the east side of Double Corner Road as well then?
Well, I think it's in that, in the red, so the advantage with the area we're looking at is, I think, class 3.
Right.
And the red is class, it's either 1, red is class 1.
I think that one's.
Yeah, so we think that this is an easier argument. And I mean, if you planners like nicely shaped towns and things that are circular and all of, common sense, not with sticky outfits, so that makes it nice and round.
Need to stick out a little bit further.
Think outside the square.
But I can go through that private plan change exercise, but it was harder to justify to the east.
Yep.
Has the MPS, sorry, through the chair, has the MPS for highly productive, has that been tested as yet? I know that there are a few cases pending, but has it actually formally been
I think there is
in our district?
Oh, not in our district.
right,
Well, we're testing it through applications being lodged.
Yeah.
So yes, there are applications coming in wanting to develop highly productive land. And it's proving very challenging for the planners to make recommendations on that.
Sure.
Okey dokey, we'll come back to the recommendations. Andrew, we've gone through all of the bits of paper, I think, and councillors had a good chance to understand better and consider how we can be influential and advocate through this process. So thank you for that, giving us that time and providing us with the context, because I think that's been really important. So with that, I'm looking at the recommendation on page 35 and wonder whether you are of the mind to move that recommendation. I would just like to perhaps bring us back to the issue that Andrew raised around recommending a formal notification be delayed, because I absolutely support that, and I think that we need to be really clear on the expectation of notification going out in that pre-Christmas period, and I think that we need to put as much emphasis behind that as possible to be fair to purposeful feedback from our community. So I would totally endorse that. So with that, perhaps looking at the recommendation, and if there's someone of the mind to consider that with those amendments or considerations.
I'm happy to move, Madam Chair, the recommendation as written with the additional words that we approve endorse the attached feedback on the draft regional policy statement, taking into account the discussion and the items that we've agreed on today, and we fully support the council's approach to try and delay the official, whatever the right words are, until the new year.
Thanks, Gary. Do I have a second for that? Thank you, Tom.
I'm going to put that motion considering the feedback that we've had to date. So all in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That motion's carried. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate that. It feels like though we got a homework before you get it ready to go tomorrow. But appreciate your time. Thank you. Councillors, I think we will break for lunch now. We've still got some decision items to attend to after we come back. And maybe just after 1 o'clock. And we'll come back, so we'll adjourn until 1:05. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Fiona, who's been online all morning, but it's great to be in the room, Fiona. And I just want to note the early departure of Councillor Ross Barnes, given the weather conditions. So, this isn't move that bill. Or is it okay?
I think we can just note it.
Just note it. Okay. Let's go. All right, everybody's on track, and we'll work through the rest of the agenda. Robbie, just to give you a heads up, Ross, for the information papers, Ross had the operations 7.4. I'll ask you to speak to that. So just no surprises. Thank you, Scott. We've got the paper in front of us on page 58 of the agenda. We've had a good old read of it and understand it, but if you want to take us through that, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Yes, taking the report as read as always. This is seeking the approval of 3 road names and 1 right-of-way name related to the subdivision of 88 Argles Road, a subdivision that has been called Red Bark Estate. It's a 91 lot subdivision. The developer has gone with the theme of sub-alpine plants and trees, all of which are located in the Springs and surrounding areas. And these names have been released from the Hammer Springs Community Board at their 22nd of July meeting, leaving us with, and therefore now recommending the council adopts the names as per the recommendation. Tussock Avenue, Beach Drive, Blacks Crescent, and Rata.
Right. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, Tom, they had a good discussion at the community board the other day and supported the names of these. So I don't know whether you want to provide any other commentary from your community perspective.
Well, I just would add that we thought the names were all appropriate to the area and to the subdivision, and unlike the other subdivision, which we didn't like, no, it's really good.
That will come back. So what Tom's referring to is there were 2 papers on road naming for subdivision, and one will go through another process before it comes back to
community board and or council. But so that has been deferred by, for the right reasons or valid reasons. But for the purpose of today's decision making, I think it's really well explained. And so if there's no further questions for Scott, I'm happy to take a move. So thank you, Tom, for that. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Vanessa. I will put that motion. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
Welcome.
No worries.
Kerry Walsh.
Oh, that you had that tie on for all of it. Matter of 2 minutes.
That's a very nice tie.
Thank you. So we will wait. I do see Kerry riding into the chambers. Thank you. How are you, Kerry?
Thank you.
Good to see you here.
Thanks.
And we're getting through the decision items now, and we have in front of us a decision item on page 69 for a certificate of acceptance request. And perhaps if you just give us a bit of a step us through, and then I think we'll probably vote some questions, and then we'll see where we get to.
Gold.
Thank you.
So we've had a request for a refund for a certificate of acceptance that we've processed. So a certificate of acceptance is a kind of a consent for work that was carried out without a consent, and similar to a building consent, but it's issued after the work is finished. So we have the policy here for fees, a fee waiver that we have currently in play called the Building and Resource Consent Fees Waiver. And that waiver covers anyone intending to carry out building work or a reasonable consent, and they may be eligible for a refund or a waiver of the fees of that. And as long as they fit certain criteria, which is not for commercial gain, will provide a tangible and significant benefit to the district, maintains or enhances the heritage of the district, provides a tangible social, cultural benefit, or enhances or provides community asset to the district or local ward. So while this, normally the Chief Operations Officer can approve these, if it fits into the criteria, but this one doesn't. It's for a certificate of acceptance rather than a building consent, and it was requested after the work was done. So yeah, technically the work that was carried out, which was strengthening, was done not in accordance with the Building Act, which is an offence under the section of the Building Act, and that's why they needed a certificate of acceptance for it. It was strengthening work to a hall. It was about $6,000 worth of strengthening work, which was internal lining and bracing and the like. And now the fee was $2,697, and they've requested the entire fee back.
Thanks, Kerry. Can I just ask before I get a question from Pauline, what would the cost have been to for a building consent? An application for this work for a building consent?
Yeah, the cost of building consent is probably normally less than a certificate of acceptance, because there's generally more work involved with trying to issue a certificate of acceptance, because it's obviously work that's covered up, can't see, it's a bit harder for us to work it out. So consent wouldn't have been any more.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
cool. That's great, thank you. Pauline, I'll go to you to a question and then come around the room. I think Vanessa may have one to follow. Thank you.
Yeah, look, mine's just a question in regards to the amount, and I may have missed something. But on page 75, which is appendix 2, when I look at the bottom, the total due 1947.55. But the bit that we're being requested is a different amount, 2697.55. Have I missed something in there?
through the chair, yeah, there's a little bit hidden there, a $750 credit on that invoice, so they pay $750 deposit up front, and that's that was off. That's on plus the amount that we spent processing it. So
I see the
credit at the top $750, is added on to the total amount of building at the end. So it gives a total of, I hope, 2695.
Yeah, but at the top it just says 00, oh, I see, so it's around the corner. Yeah, thank you, that explains my questioning. Yeah, that's the only clarification that I had.
Yeah, cool, thank you. Vanessa, got a question?
Through the chair, Kerry, number 2, when we look at the criteria listed in the policy that aligns with the work, those 5 criteria, do they align with the application or with the request at all from the church?
Through the chair, I would say that it does align with those criteria. So if it was, application did come in for a building consent exemption on the fees, we would have accepted that.
So their application to waive the fee, the reasons that they gave, do they align with those criteria? Or in other words, what are the reasons that they've given?
Page 74.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What the applicant has written, has tried.
Apologies.
Right, I don't lack of a better word, is there proposal or to link them with the policy, I suggest. Tom's got a question then, Robbie.
You said that had it been a building consent, it would have gone to the officer direct and it would have been down to the officer's discretion.
To the chief operation officer.
And would that, if it met the proper criteria and been submitted before the works were done, would that likely to have been waived?
Chair, I would probably recommend to the chief operation officer that it would have been approved. And I would like to think it does fit this criteria.
Happy with that, Tom?
Yes,
Is that
thank you.
right?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Yep,
thank
so I've got Robbie coming with a question and then Dave.
Yeah, for me, the crux of it's pretty simple, is did they give a reason, how did it come to be that they didn't apply? They've done the work, they must have had some kind of a plan or design or advice of what they had to do. How did they miss that step?
Mr. Chair, the reason I've said is there was initial misunderstanding over that the consent was required for eco strengthening work. So yeah, that's the only reason I've given. There was just a misunderstanding of whether they needed a consent for the earthquake strengthening work.
Misunderstanding by
the
the applicant.
The applicant, yeah. What I take out of that is they probably were not sure whether they needed a consent for earthquake strengthening.
From us at that point.
I couldn't see an email or anything from us saying they needed a consent, or they didn't ask us either. I'm not aware of.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I think Dave, you had a question.
Robbie sort of asked my question because I would have thought there would have been some learned people amongst this outfit that might have known the process, but so being pragmatic again, I should have got a building consent. You're telling me it was a misunderstanding. So I hate asking for money. Maybe they should. Can we treat it? It's probably not a process that we can backdate and think it as a building consent.
Through the chair, the certificate of acceptance process is the way to kind of backdate it. We can't issue a consent for work that's already occurred, where the certificate of acceptance is the lawful process to cover that occurrence.
So that's if they miss that window of applying for a building consent to do the right thing.
Yeah.
The certificate of acceptance is the only other pathway, and because you can't see behind the boards or who nails or whatever, there's a higher fee that needs to be charged to consider.
Well, it's generally takes longer for us to work it out. It's not a set fee, it's just time cost. But generally there's two options. Either they remove the building work and get a consent to redo it, or they could be prosecuted, of course, or they get a certificate of acceptance and it generally goes away.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I've got Fiona, and then I'll come back to Robbie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It's a difficult one because I know that we like to support our communities and they meet a lot of those, but at the same time, the first step in any building work would be to speak to somebody and see if you need a consent. So if we were to and given the fact that we're watching our pennies and pounds right across everything with our budgets at the moment, and I understand that this is now the only pathway to a consent. I had thought at one stage maybe they could come back and apply for a consent, but that is literally what they're doing here. I just wonder if we're thinking of refunding maybe a lesser amount, we don't necessarily have to refund the full amount. So that might be considered, and I think that gives anybody else who might find themselves in that situation some food for thought and perhaps some learnings that are taken away, while not denying them altogether would we necessarily give them the whole amount. Just like to consider.
Is that something that people will factor into this decision making? I think Robbie, and then I'll go to Vanessa and then Smith.
Yeah, I'm not going to dig too deep into this one. These groups, we're not dealing with a developer or a builder or someone you could say, well, you should know better. I have my mind on what stereotype, but I can imagine a well-meaning committee trying to do the best and making a whoopsie. At the same time, to me, I can hear there's a bit of grey area there. I'd even be prepared to test the waters and say, give them the waiver fee.
Okay, I'll just let that hang for a moment. Actually, I will just explore some other questions. And Vanessa,
through the chair, I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Harris, and you know, I'd be prepared to accept a part waiver simply because of the fact that they meet all of the criteria that are actually listed in the policy. Saying that I have a concern that this is a public record, I have a concern that the precedent that we will be setting do so.
Vince?
So someone from the church came in, did they do some inquiry before this? And they had a misunderstanding, was it?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any pre-inquiry. The inquiry was after the work was complete.
So there's no known documentation, that's what I'm hearing, no known documentation of anyone from the community representing this organisation came and asked at the front desk of what is the correct process to go through. That's my understanding. Yeah.
I was just trying to work out where the misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Because I'm still, I agree a bit with Robbie, because I think there's been a bit of misunderstanding. I don't think it was done on purpose, and I think, you know, they fit the criteria. You know.
Thank you. I'll just come round to Karen and then Pauline.
Oh, thanks, Madam Mayor. But I made an informal inquiry of the session clerk, and my understanding is that he had informal contact with an officer, and the work at the property was referred to as exempt work, and I don't know the context of what that word was, but the session clerk misunderstood and took that as an indication that a building consent wasn't required. So it was simply a misunderstanding. And obviously down the track, then they realised that they needed to retrospectively use this process to make it right. And given that, if that misunderstanding hadn't occurred and the building consent had gone ahead as would normally have happened, and it would in all likelihood have been waived, I would be happy to support a recommendation that we reimburse the full amount. But I'm not sure if you're ready to take a motion yet, but that would be my position in those circumstances.
Actually, Councillor Armstrong's pretty much stated what my position would be. I accept that you know, the work should not have occurred, but I don't believe that it was a deliberate exclusion of getting consent. And I guess I am aware of the precedent setting. Had this come to me in my heart, I would have approved it had it come earlier. So I mean, the question is just, they made a mistake. Crikey. You know, we have supported other churches recently in the area. So yeah, I would support what Councillor Armstrong is saying.
Oh, further question?
Through the chair, just to sort of to go further what I had before, that you know, if we do agree to waive the entire amount, I think it's got to be made explicitly clear that it is only on the fact that they meet those 5 criteria. I really don't think it's acceptable that we're sitting here saying that we're going to waive it because they made a mistake.
Thank you.
Just to be clear about the criteria, the first one, as long as you meet the first criteria, which is that you're not for profit, then all the rest are awards. So you've got to meet the first one and one of the other awards.
Okay, right.
You know,
Thank you. Didn't realise that.
Can I just clarify, if you're going for a waiver of whatever, it's not the full consent waiver anyway, so if they were, if I'd done the process properly and went for a building consent, surely they're only entitled to the proportion of the consent that you could, you know, claim back on. I don't know where we're coming from wavering the whole thing, because you wouldn't get the whole thing anyway, would you? You'd only get a proportion of it. Kerry, what would you get back? So let's assume we're doing it correctly. We're applying for a consent. This job would cost X amount. How much would you get back?
Through the chair, yeah, the policy says that it can be part or full, and it's at the discretion of the council officer to determine how much. Generally, it's the amount that the council spends rather than the levies that we pay the government, because we can't get those back. But in this case, the value is below the levies. If it's work over $20,000, you're going to pay levies to the government. This is under 20,000, so there's no levies in this case, apart from our own
BCA to be
yeah, apart from our own BCA, but no, nothing that we can't that we can pay anyone else, apart from our own staff.
So what's the total amount that would be wavering?
We can waiver up to 2,697.55.
What would you normally, if an application like this came in under the same criteria on the Mormon church, and I want to do this thing here, what are you going to give them?
Well, I think what you're asking is actually if an applicant applied regardless of whom and they fit one or all of the criteria, not for profit, blah, blah.
Correct.
And they've done the correct process, I think your question is, what would they be entitled to receive? Yeah, Rick, not mentioning anybody.
Through the chair, it's the full amount.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's no limit, really.
So it's up to the full amount at the discretion of the officer.
Of a building consent application.
Just to clarify that one stage further, you mentioned the number earlier, Kerry, and I didn't note it down. If they're asking for a consent to do this work, and you'd put the proposal to the chief operating officer for the grant, how much would that be? Because I think you said it's less than the current amount. If you did more work in a certificate of acceptance process than you would have in the consent. So what would have the consent been? Is it $2,000 or?
Through the chair, it's a time cost type consent. You don't have a fixed fee for it, but an estimate would be less than this, because generally COAs take longer than actually doing the work new, because it's everything, you can see everything, inspections are less complex, right. Not spending a lot of time trying to work out what's what, it's all in front of you, it's new, it's easy.
Can I just ask a question to perhaps draw this to a conclusion maybe as well, but if the correct process went through and had a discussion with yourself or one of your team, and the required work was discussed and considered, would it have been expected to meet code that an upgrade of access or would be done at that time, and making an assumption that some of those criteria haven't perhaps been done in this building project?
Yeah, so with this building consent, if you alter an existing building, you have to make a reasonable and practical upgrade to means of escape from fire and accessibility. but those things don't apply to a certificate of acceptance. So potentially, they would have had to do a little bit more to this building, i.e. maybe put in a ramp or some improved exit signs or something like that. It has to be a reasonable and practical upgrade. In this case, they're only spending $8,000 in the building work, so we've got to take that into account on what's reasonable and practical. So if we're saying put in a $5,000 ramp for an $8,000 job, wouldn't have been practical or reasonable, but it might have been reasonable to put a grab rail on a toilet or improve the exit door signage or maybe do a curb ramp or something, you know, so that sort of thing hasn't happened in this case.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between a COA and a building consent.
So the interaction, if that had taken place, would have had that fair and practical, fair and reasonable discussion about cost and desirable outcomes. Yeah, okay. That makes sense to me. Yeah. I guess the other thing that you know, we need to consider is also the perception, and I think that's what Vanessa raised earlier as well, you know, that we need to be mindful of that, but and councillors need to feel comfortable about that as well, in the eyes of ourselves, but actually the eyes of our community as well. But I've had some people put forward some options, and I think if there's no further questions, I'm happy to receive a recommendation or a resolution in that regard to test the feeling of this committee. In your hands, councillors. Thank you.
I'm happy to test the water. I mean, we can chisel a few bucks up and down. I'd be comfortable with $2,000 or whatever, but I think for the sake, I think just waive the fee. I would move that we just waive the fee.
Are you talking about, just to be clear, you're talking about the resolution on page 69?
No, that's saying not to. I'm saying the opposite of it. That we approve instead of decline, I suppose.
I'll be, yeah, okay, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just change the word. So then we just test the water down. I'd be happy with that.
Sorry, I'll just quickly cover off the officer recommendation, because the officer recommendation is to decline. Officers will only make recommendations in line with policy generally. So the policy says that, so that's why the officer recommendation says decline. It's not necessarily the officer is of that view.
Yeah, that's right. So you've come to us as council within policy here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So Robbie, you have a resolution that the council approve the application to waive the fee of 2755 for the certificate of acceptance for the Harden Church Hall. Is that, to be clear, that's what you've asked? Is there a second for that? No, there's a second for that. Does any, I might apply standing orders, so if anybody would like to speak for and against that resolution as we've heard it. Thank you, Vanessa.
Through the chair, I'd like to speak against it. Thank you. I am concerned about the precedent that we're setting with this, and I'm not comfortable to accept the fact that they simply forgot.
Thank you.
As I may speak for the resolution, and with that though, I will say that I do understand the weight of the fact that this group has carried out the work, and that actually is an offence. However, I don't believe that it was deliberate, and I do wish to support the well-beings that I believe that the work is encouraging across our district.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak in support as well. I believe there was a genuine mistake and misunderstanding occurred here, and I think in all the circumstances, this application meets all the criteria, and on that basis, yeah, I think that we should waive the full amount.
Through the chair, can I just have it noted, please, that I am certainly with. I don't, when I said that I'm not happy to accept it was an error, I'm not suggesting that I think it was deliberate. And I'd also like it noted that I am in favour of a part.
So I will test this resolution and see where it falls, and then there may be some options around that. I don't know. Anybody else like to speak for or against?
Still making my mind up. I don't like the idea of giving them back $750 because I've already paid $750. So, and it's cost us more money, so there should be some fact of it that the state.
So I guess, I'm going to put this to the vote shortly. When you're weighing up what is being suggested here, that you have a chance to vote against the resolution and see where then we can seek an alternative. That would be the due process. At this point, I've given you time to consider and to weigh up the options that are available to us in regard to this funding request. So with that, I will put the motion, and I might ask for a show of hands that would vote to approve the application. Please raise your hand if you support it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. Oh, are you 6? 1, sorry, I'm going to go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're voting in support of the 2,695. Is that correct? Right. Those against? 2, 4. So that motion is passed. And if I could just state the reason it's not, I would like it noted in the minutes that I voted not to support this, not to support a community organisation and all of the well-beings that go alongside that. But what I am concerned about most is the perception, and it has been raised by our councillor, to consider the support of what, under the accordance of the Act, is illegal building work. And I think we need to I think we need to be really clear about that. And I'm sorry to have to raise it in that context, but I think that is the reality, and we all need to have to live with that if we get other applications that we may not see it as favourably as what we have with this one. But thank you for the discussion, and
those councillors voting against wish to have their votes recorded. Against.
I'm happy with the same comments that the mayor is making.
Yeah, I'm happy.
I'm making the decision for the same reasons.
I think it's on principle that I stand against it, not because I don't want to support a community good organisation.
Madam Mayor, if I have to make a comment to just clarify something. The work, when it was undertaken unlawfully, but it's now lawful in the event that it's got acceptance. So we accepted the work now as lawful work. So,
yeah,
fine distinction, I think. But,
yeah, fine line.
Yeah.
And may I please have it noted that that's the basis that I supported the resolution.
Okay, time to move on. Thank you. Thanks very much, Kerry. Very good indeed. So now we've got 5.5 on page 76 in your agenda. Councillor attendance at LGNZ. Pretty self-explanatory. Graham, you've got your name on this one, so you'll talk this one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a fairly straightforward matter. As the report says, the council at the start of the triennium approves 2 people to go to the LGNZ conference in AGM, the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer, and either one can appoint an alternate if they are not going to attend. But in this case, we've got 2 other councillors who wish to attend. So because there's an expense to that, we always bring that back to council to make a decision to approve the extra one. So, reports asking for you.
Okay. Thank you. So, councillors, I'm sure you all understand it. It's Graham's explained it, and it's been well documented. So, open for discussion, or we've got some decisions to make. Thank you. Thanks, Fiona.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I believe that the ability to attend a conference is valuable to councillors. I've been I've only got once, I don't see the value in it. Generally, we have in the past sent a couple, and multiples when it's somewhere close, like Christchurch, when you're just paying those fees, but you haven't got the flights and accommodation. I know that there's some savings on flights and accommodation in this particular one. I'm also mindful of how it looks to our community at a time when the costs for everything are going up and their rates are going up, and they tend to think that we don't take that seriously. So while we've booked and I'm happy to support this on that basis, I would like to think that we've got something in place so that we can encourage new councillors or people with experience to go and just watch our numbers and take our opportunities when we've got them close, where we might be able to see multiples of people want to go. But I'd like to see us put some sort of a wee process around this, because we watch the pennies, we save the pounds. So I'm happy to support it as it stands, but I'd just like to see that we do some work and keep that in mind as we have all these little numbers come up, that they add up to big numbers.
Thank you. Any other comment? I mean, I think we're fortunate to have councillors willing to attend, and I think that's, that's a good thing. We'll come back with different ideas and what we learn and who we speak to and how we connect with other councils actually as part of that process as well. So, it's a good thing, but there are some costs. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just note that my decision not to attend the conference is actually to allow someone else to go, because I do attend a number of LGNZ events, and I think it's worthwhile actually spreading them around. And I think for the next training, maybe we should consider, a different way of organising this, rather than come to this point where I've decided not to go, so someone else can. I think it would be beneficial if we said, for example, that a mayor and council will attend the LGNZ conference every year, rather than the mayor and the chief executive, for example. And then if I felt the need to go to annual conference, then that would be a budgetary matter for if I budget to attend, then I could attend. So I think my own opinion is it's really valuable for councillors to attend these. This is the big LGNZ event of the year. I attend many smaller ones, and I think it's an opportunity for others to attend.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think coming into the new triennium, I think it'd be good to get a bit of a almost like spreadsheet of how we can, and so that we all experience those opportunities, and whether it's a zone meeting or a conference, across the triennium. So I think that'd be something that I would be promoting for the next triennium as well, because it just makes good sense. Certainly it has a greater interest for some people than others, but we always bring back different things and rubbing shoulders with the rest of the country is always valuable. So yeah, that's good. Thank you. Good discussion. Thank you.
I'm happy to move.
Thanks, Fiona. Do we have a second for that? Thank you, Tom. All in agreement to that, please say aye. Against. And we'll just record extension. Thanks very much indeed for that, and look forward to having that time together in August. That's great. Thank you. That does bring to the end our decision items. We've got no discussion items today, and that does lead into our financial report for the end of May. Thank you, Jason. We work through these pages and see where we get to from there. Thanks.
Right, thanks, Madam Mayor. First qualification, this is just the first cut of the financial report for the end of June. As I've stated on page 79, there's numerous processes that myself and the finance team go through before we produce a final annual report. some of these numbers will change, and typically those, the key things that do move the numbers are, we cut off our creditors at a certain point to produce the financial report, but at the end of the year, we've got to make sure that all the creditors relating to the previous financial year are accounted for, because that's part of the audit cut off, whereas it's important from a month-to-month basis, but it's not critical as it is at the end of the year. So some of these numbers will move, plus there's a whole range of valuation issues that come up at only once at the end of the year, which I will be reporting on a consistent manner to the Audit and Risk Committee as we're reviewing the audit, the annual report. But be that as may, this is the financial report to June, and again, I'll concentrate on the year-to-date figures. Page 82 is overall saying here that we reported a deficit for the year of 3.2 million, as opposed to a surplus that we were originally budgeting of 815,000. And for capital expenditure overall, we spent to the end of June 28.7 million of our predicted 40.6 million. But the key variances are in the rest of the document. Page 83 is water supplies. Some of the key variances there are in development contributions, for instance, and this will be in stormwater and roading. At the end of the year, we do an assessment of any assets that are vested in council, and that's included in the overall budget for the year. So it sits in June, but we haven't made that assessment yet. So that will come through as part of the year-end processes. So that's a reason for the development contributions being lower than the budget, but there is a significant amount of that is vested assets. And total expenditure is about $500,000 up on what we had budgeted for. There is a higher amount of wage allocation that's been made, and also a couple of areas where we're over budget, particularly insurance during the year, which has been reported all through the year. And then capital expenditure, we're just about $1 million down on that. And again, a portion of that will be the amount of vested assets that we need to record.
Yes, we touched on the insurance one back in the day. Do we have a, I don't know, like New Zealand or something, do we have to all insure, each council do its own thing, or is there a centralised sort of thing like our funding, or how does that one work?
No, it is each council insures as a separate entity. We do have, we are joint with another 20 councils as part of what's called the Local Authority Protection Program for any assets that are underground, and that provides cover as a result of a natural disaster, and we have obviously utilised that in the past. But all of their above ground assets, their vehicles, air, professional indemnity and public liability is all singly done for each council.
So if we could write him, there's obviously been a significant jump because several of the other councils noted that was a big part of the rates increase.
Yes.
We've got a, how big that is roughly?
Yes. And I will be reporting that to Audit and Risk. Yeah, it hasn't been a pleasant renewal, so but I need to be able to provide the greater detail in that forum. Page 84 is the NTU stimulus package. There's still a little bit of money outstanding for the Three Waters reform process, and as that moves forward into the local water done well program, so there's still funds available that we're utilising. Page 85 is similar comments to what I mentioned in for water, but we do have a couple of projects where we're just behind our budget on. So,
Through you, Madam Mayor, sorry. Unbudgeted cleaning and flushing of the wastewater network. Was that a surprise? That was point number 9 on page 85. Was that not planned, part of planned maintenance, or?
Yeah, I believe so. I will need to dig down to see why it's occurred. They were comments that Brad's provided me, so I can only it would be related directly to the invoice that for those works that were carried out in Waikato. I don't have anything better than that, but we can do dig down a lot deeper. And some of the processes here, we will again at the end of the year, things like flushing of a wastewater network doesn't actually add to the value of the network itself. So that most likely will need to be reclassified as an operating expense, but it comes out of the same pot of money.
So we'll get some clarity and flip that round. Yeah, okay. That's great. Thank you.
Page 86 is stormwater, and most of these variances have been apparent right through the year, but one of the key ones obviously was the purchase of the land at Stanton Road. The portion of that will be transferred The graph 7 is roads and footpaths is a total activity, and then it's broken down into roading on page 88. There is a wash up done at the end of the year. Things are appropriately budgeted for, appropriately accounted for. And you can see the development contribution portion there, so $750,000. That is purely the budget we had for vested assets. And again, that will be assessed as part of the year-end process.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, sorry, just a very quick one there. The sealed pavement maintenance, 720 grand over budget. Again, any sorry.
Not that I'm aware of. Obviously was for when it was prioritised the roading program, particularly the fact that we've had significant emergency works during the year that just changed the landscape of what we were required to do.
I have a question actually not too dissimilar, like number 4, the unbudgeted emergency works, does that include golf links and Conway? Are they those unbudgeted works that are allocated in that roading budget?
Yeah, well, what and any other storm works that we've had.
Yeah, so it's a combination of different works.
Yeah, it's all sitting in there. We've not had a budget for it, and that's a specific decision of council. We do get obviously an enhanced subsidy for that, so 72% of that should reflect in the subsidies that they receive as well. So you can see obviously subsidies are well up on budget, but the expenditure as well.
Just on that 720, is there a subsidy on that money, or is it unsubsidised money?
There will be subsidies.
So really it could have been 1.4 million over budget.
Oh, no, sorry, that is the total cost before the subsidies, sorry. So all of the costs are sitting there, yeah. So, if we receive the full subsidy for the 720, there'd be 360 60 odd thousand sitting in the,
So it takes it back to about 3. It doesn't, looks worse than that.
Yeah, we don't see it in comparison to the, subsidy against the expenditure.
Just raw.
But you do need to look at note 1.
Yeah.
EZTA revenue. I think see significantly more EZTA revenue. If you look at it, it's more than 50% of the overspend.
Those two, they've taken that. You know, how we front up and say we've had an overspend of this.
So with the stormworks unbudgeted, they have a funding mechanism which they're looking to change. Because they're so exposed to these types of events, and so that's why they're trying to move the emergency works funding from 20% over FAR to 10% over FAR. So basically half the amount that they do, and then change the event from a 1 in 10 to a 1 in 20 year event. So it's a half of a half, basically. So the funding actually becomes a quarter of what it was.
But I mean, the overs on the sealed maintenance, that's extra funding they've had to find.
So we had conversations with NZTA, they had some extra funding available. They said, you guys, could use some extra funding, basically, and we said yes. So
that seems pretty nice.
some of it.
Yeah.
It's quite hard to decipher it all,
But yeah, local share of it sits within council, and that will flow through to whatever is left over at the end of the year.
Radio, we'll move on.
Okay, roads up construction on page 89. Some key variances in the capital expenditure portion here. Most of those items are footpath work dictated by the individual community committees, and any unspent money will be just carried forward into the next financial year. Coastal hazards on page 90. In the budget, we did allow for utilising some better off funding for the purchase of land that hasn't come to fruition, and the amount of work that we had actually forecast to be done prior to the end of the financial year hasn't been done, so that will specifically be a project that will be carried forward into the next financial year.
And just to be clear, is that, so that 750 will be carried forward, because, because allocated elsewhere, wasn't it?
Yeah,
so, yeah.
That's correct. So we have forecast that the better off funding will not be spent in this account, and the purchase of the land will not occur in this account, but we did, as part of the request from the beach community, to allow for another 750,000 for the renourishment of the bund. Coincidence that the numbers are the same. And that work hadn't been done before the end of June, so that will naturally fall as a project to carry forward into and as an overall, the number of projects where the work hasn't been completed for various reasons. There will be a report that comes to council at the end of August, recommending a list of projects to be carried forward into the next financial year. So that one will be.
Oh, you can move on. Thank you.
Okay, page 91 is group activity for public services, and that's broken down into individual activities. First one being community services. And we've got a raft of additional income from grants that were unbudgeted, but also we've got a raft of additional expenditure that has been the result of meeting conditions of those grants. And at one of the year-end processes we do, and I mentioned this before, is do an assessment of those grants that we've received and what portion of the grant flows through into the next financial year.
And so when it talks about there, in number 2, it's got the Mayor's Task Force for Job expenditure over budget by 120, but fully funded by grants. So the grant, like, is that just a timing variance or because the,
It's purely trying to relate it to the budget that we did have formally approved as part of the annual plan, that we didn't allow for the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs program to continue. So we had ducking for the budget. So the fact that we've got grant money will always have an overspend of the expenditure because it's comparing expenditure against no budget.
So at the time the budget was put together, we had no guarantee that it was going to be running for FJ. So we put 0 in there. As it turns out, we also put 0 in the revenue line. As it turns out, we got revenue and we spent it.
Page 93 is property, and there's a number of variances there, but primarily the 2 bottom lines relating to capital expenditure, one being the soldiers block. In the budget, we did allow that 3.1 million would be spent by the end of the year. Based on these numbers, we only spent $500,000 on the soldiers block, but it's offset by the fact that we did purchase the Queen Mary South block. And then these are raft of smaller variances and compensating variances listed there.
Just clarify point number 9. So we're saying the walking side, the things, there's complications there, what we can do and what we can't. But the ones that didn't get done, you just put a 0 for this year and put that budget into the next year.
That's correct.
Nothing's going up in smoke.
No, we've and that was just, even though it was budgeted for in the 23-24 year, when we prepared the long-term plan budgets, we just recognised that those projects wouldn't be done before the end of June. Forecast them at 0, but moved the expenditure and updated some of those expenditure lines in before the budget. Sorry, Fiona, I mean.
Thank you. And look, just I guess it's an understanding thing on note 1, the second tranche of Better Off funding not received. Is that just the significance of that?
Well, that we are receiving part of the funding towards the soldiers block is the Better Off funding that fell out of the affordable waters reform. But they don't pay it up front. We have to, when we spend money, we apply for it there. And given the fact that at the end of June, we only spent just over $500,000, there is still grant money still to come from that project.
Fantastic, that explains it. But I just had one more before you from me. On 3 within insurance, Kiwi Camp costs $27,000 above budget. Is that an unexpected? Or is there a reason for that?
That was a project where we had the various camping grounds had allowed for costs, which was half funded from TIF. And it's just that it was done based on a series of assumptions, and some of those haven't come to fruition directly. So at the end of June, there was out of the total cost, it was $27,000 more. That will be analysed and then you make sure it's applied to the correct areas.
Thank you, because I think that was one of the questions that was asked at the time when they were funding it and potentially going into debt, was that it would be paid off because the Kiwi Camp system was working. So I just wondered if that was part of that, and it's certainly worthwhile digging deeper and having that conversation, because that was one of the early conversations.
That's right, and there is a bit of a wash-up process we need to do with that.
Jason, when does the property up the road come? What line does it come under? It just bought the swamp.
Come under property.
No, it's done at stormwater.
Yeah, back here. Page 86.
But there is a portion of that, that will be, obviously need the full tranche of land, for stormwater. There'll be a portion that will be subdivided off and resold to offset that cost.
Yeah. So there will be some.
Yeah.
How long, Mr. Hamish, how long do you think you'll be take before you can subdivide off and?
So what we're doing at the moment is working through the consenting process for the stormwater, because that will provide us some clarity around how much of the land we need to set aside for stormwater purposes versus being able to sell. So once we work through that consenting process, we will have an answer.
Robin?
Just touching on that, Hamish, way back in the minutes, it was we noted about something Robbie was meant to do around, because it's not progressed through far enough. The Stanton process, when it gets further through the process, Hamish, of what the plan is and all of this, could we get a bit of a heads up, even that's when perhaps the adjacent landowners might get filled in or talked to?
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, there'll be a paper coming back to council to consider after they've worked through the consenting and understanding that parcel of land required against parcel of land that's not required, and we will decide support action from that. So that's when, you know, you'll have a bit more detail and understanding. Cool. Move on. Thanks, Jason.
For its reserves as a whole, key areas here is development contributions have been significantly up on budgets for the full year. We've got a raft of projects there in individual communities that have progressed according to plan, particularly Hamley reserves. There was a number of those projects that were relating to the development contributions that had been specifically reforecast at a lesser amount in the 23-24 year, and then allowed for again in year one of the long-term plan. And similarly with Hammer Springs, the budget there related to the domain upgrade or the pavilion upgrade that hasn't come to fruition, and that project has been pushed out a few years in the long-term plan.
All right, happy?
Emergency services, there's a rush up process. The employment costs seems significantly up on what the budget was, but what has occurred is that all the training relating to individual staff members relating to civil defence have been sheeted home to this account. We need to just reverse that process back to make sure that individual cost centres just pick up the civil defence training of the relevant staff members rather than pushing it onto civil defence account.
Well, thank you.
I agree largely on budget for the cost minimisation. We overall about $52,000 better position than we were than we had budgeted for. Our income's up by close to $500,000, and our overall expenditures 10,000, and the variances there, but certainly the disposal of the transfer station charges, good $450,000 above our budget for the year. And pleasingly, the refuse collection bag sales almost matched our budget for the year, about $4,000 now. Many years of well on the budget.
Cool.
And in the annual plan, we did have budget for the expansion of the Amberley transfer station, but that has been again one of those projects, so we've reforecast it essentially zero for the 23-24 year, and then schedule the expansion over the next 3 years of the long-term plan. Regulatory services as a whole on page 98, and then it's broken into resource management and planning. And large issue there is legal costs, particularly relating to the fly ride appeal. So this account here.
Oh, sorry, through the chair, I'm just gonna wait till you finish, Jason.
Right.
Caught my hand. I just wanted to actually ask a question. If we look at the direct expenditure, we're just talking about your note here about the legal costs for the Railroad appeal. The variance is 227,000. So we can assume that 177 of that is for the legal costs. Does that?
Yes, there was a specific line item for legal costs. We have exceeded that budget by 177,000, and it's predominantly relating to the fly ride appeal.
So we can take from that then that the fly ride appeal costs for the year have sat at 177,000.
I think it's probably more than that, because we already had a budget for that. We can do an assessment of what the cost has been for the full year.
What percentage of the 729,000 then the year-to-date actual can you estimate would be made up of the legal costs?
Oh, I can do some digging down and provide.
Thank you.
I don't know off the top of my head. I hate to speculate.
Thank you.
The legal costs, that's not coming out of the grant money, or does it? Presumably, we have a grant, we do all our work, and hopefully we get the nod, we use the grant, or?
That's a good idea, Robbie. Thank you.
So the legal costs are associated with council's decision to grant the consent. So council's role as a regulator, not the pool's role as the applicant. So those legal costs simply fall on council.
Yeah, that's why I was just worried that the grant was deflated.
It's just the strategy. Radio. Happy with that, Robbie? We'll move on.
Yeah. Page 100 is compliance and other regulatory functions. The variance here is that consent income for building control is well down on budget. But unfortunately, it's reflected the activity in the way. Page 101 is thermal pools. Couple of key line items here, obviously the surplus for the full year came out at 2.46 million. Now we did have a budget of 4.18 million, but that does include 1.63 million that was PGF money that was to come through as part of the fly ride development. So and again, because it was in the budget, it's sitting there and it looks like an adverse variance, but it was a grant money that was relating specifically to the capital project. And then,
What happens with the interest on that money?
The interest on
that 1.7, whatever of the fly line money.
Yes.
Sitting there, there must be interest generating on it. Where does that interest go? Because the general ratepayer is picking up a big legal bill here, so really that interest money should be going into ledger.
Well, I suppose the grant is, like most grants that we do have, is paid in arrears, but only after we do the specific work. And not much of the development of the fly ride has been incurred as a capital expenditure, so the debt relating to the thermal pools hasn't been expanded to the level that we had predicted, so there's a little bit of savings in the interest as a result.
That actually makes it worse for the general ratepayer because he's missing out on the interest on that, plus he's not getting the interest on it.
So just to be clear, we haven't received the money, the grant money, because we have to pass through the gateway, which is to get a resource consent.
Oh, so you actually haven't.
So we haven't
The money's
received the
not in
money,
the account.
sitting in the government's accounts, not our accounts. Yeah, and it'll be sitting in their accounts as a contingent liability, presumably.
There was a small window where we did have a resource consent before it was appealed that I got in with the invoice as quickly as I could, but they said, no, just wait.
Yes, the recorded surplus, is that before or after we take our little cut?
Before.
So that doesn't leave an awful lot if we're going to take 2.4.
That's correct. It is after accounting for depreciation, and so the funding, like we use our depreciation, the funding for depreciation, because there's roughly $1 million of depreciation allowed for in that surplus. That is theoretically the debt repayment, but there has been other capital expenditure that has utilised the debt in that respect.
Right, let's move on. Thank you, thanks Jason.
Right, page 102 is governance and corporate overall, and then that's split into page 103, governance, and couple of various lines there, particularly based on this report, an understanding of the strategy budget for council, but part of that will be absorbed through to the Halls project in both Huranui and Cheviot. That hasn't accurately been reflected in these numbers yet, but more than.
What needs to happen for that to be triggered?
I just
Does
think
it, the paper goes to each of those committees to come back here, or how does that get mocked up?
I perhaps maybe jumping ahead, I will do a saying this is what's been spent, but what we need to do is to fully assess all the staff time attached to both of those projects, and then apply the cost funded from governance rather than the individual.
That's with the Karen results to understand that process. Yeah. Thank you.
Treasury account on page 104. Listed there, we're about $440,000 than what we budgeted for. The external interest in particular, our total budget for the year was 3.1 million, and at the end of June we spent about 3.1 million. So within that. And the other income on that line item there, we do have, again, it was part of the budget when we approved it. It was 420,000 from Better Off funding coming into this account to allow us to lend 420,000 to the Huranui Community Development Trust. You can see that as part of the capital expenditure. That actually occurred before the end of June 2023. So we got that just before the end of the financial year, but it was already sort of scheduled as part of the annual plan. Sitting there. Corporate services. Here we've got we do an assessment, one of the year-end processes to wage allocated corporate cost centres break even, so that will address some of that minor overspend and wage costs in that account.
Jason, can you just explain to me under note number 1, recoveries from providing IT services to Kaikoura District Council over budget by 14 grand?
Over budget, we've actually charged them more than what the budget was, and that was a result of a change in some of the services we're providing in Kaikoura.
Right, so that will correct itself, or?
Oh, no, it's
Yeah.
a new contract.
Oh,
Or a new,
okay.
a new level that we're providing.
Okay.
So we budget
Yeah.
on providing specific
Right,
service,
okay.
service, we charge them more.
Okay, I didn't understand that, so now I do, thank you. That's.
Right, and the final page here is earthquake recovery. We've, from a rating point of view, we've actually received $33,000 more than that. That's just due to increase in the number of rateable properties for the year, and that assists us to try and pay that debt off sooner.
Thanks, Gary. Or Robbie, and then Gary.
I'm sitting before, but on a page before as well. Back on 105, I was just, the vehicle number 4, which I agree with, we've basically sweated the asset a year with the vehicles and things. And I think with the climate that it is at the moment, that's the right thing to do. Do we sort of have a handle on where, you know, each vehicle gets a year older, it's worth that little bit less and all the rest? Are we going to get, there'll be a catch up at some stage when we have to replace them, or do we still heading in the right direction with the price of the value of the car pool going down, Oscar? I'm sort of thinking between that and where we have to replace, we're probably not doing any harm by sweeping them a bit more, is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, some of the pool vehicles we do sweat a bit longer than we would normally do so. The bigger use vehicles, particularly in the water department, we do try and roll them over or turn them over as is required, because they're much more efficient doing that, particularly utes. They have a pretty good resale value and put through terms. If they are, well, so if we try and sweat them down too long, we lose that margin, like you say.
Yeah, there's a sweet spot in that.
Happy with that, Gary?
Yes.
Robbie, thank you, Gary.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Can I just ask for a moment if we just go back to the first page, Jason, on page 82? Just the overview. Chair, I went through this and I've been private, page by page. Vocal. To me, page 82 is critical in terms of being our first cut, and I accept this is very much the first cut and there's a lot of adjustments still to come through. But the reality is we budgeted to bring in $60 million worth of revenue. We came in at that 6.60,500,000. So we're on budget there, although there's some development contributions which were higher than budget, and the PGF money that's helping drive that 60.5 million. But our expenses were 63.8 million is what we spent last year as a council versus a budget of 59,200. So the end result was that we actually, in trading terms for the year, we were upside down by $3.3 million, 3.275, versus an expected surplus of 800. So we were $4 million behind where we wanted to be. Now, I accept they're all early numbers yet, and there's still adjustments and so on. The point that to me is when those numbers are finalised, I think we should look at this again in that level of detail and understand, coming out of our performance in the last year, sector by sector, whether it's water, roading, public services, regulatory, pools, etc., are there risks in our new budget? Are there areas where in the last year, trends in there or costs we're facing that are now correctly represented in our new budget, our first year of the LTP, or are there still risks going into the new year? Because I don't think we can go into the new year knowing we're backwards by $4 million without addressing that final result and looking at it in relation to the year ahead. If this was a business that any one of us or all of us were shareholders in, we'd be drilling into that pretty deeply. And I just raise it as an overview. It's not a criticism, it's just an overview, given that these are really numbers, but they're sending some interesting messages.
Just a very high level response. $2.3 million of the overspend is in roading and 60% of that $4 million. And largely that's for emergency works, although there was some other works, but largely emergency works. And some of that was emergency works carried forward from the previous year as well, which hadn't been accounted for. So there's that. And about 40%, $1.7 million is related to not getting the money for the fly right. So that's roughly the $4 million variance accounted for through those two items. Now there's a whole lot of other ups and downs, like insurance, which is more expensive, etc., etc., etc. There's a whole lot of other ups and downs, but those two items, two large items, largely account for the $4 million.
But yeah, as we move through the annual reporting process, these variances will be identified and be reported. Admittedly, they'll be at a higher level than this, but this analysis can always be replicated. So we can drill down further again to see, okay, what has changed if the overall variance ends up being 2.3 million. What makes that up?
And back through the chair, just to wrap it up, I appreciate the high level feedback, Hamish, but again, and I accept that, the roading expenses in that 63 million that we actually spent, but there was some NZTA contribution to some of that, which is in the revenue line. The PGF money is sitting in the revenue line. Yep. So that doesn't hide the fact we still spent $63 million last year against a budget of 59.
Yep.
So that's all I'm asking, is that we get our heads around the final numbers, whatever they might be, and if the issue is less than I'm worried about, then that's a good signal. But I think we should go back through that process as opposed to filing this away and then next month looking at the first month of July. I still think the year of 2023, 2024 and its final picture still deserves a little more scrutiny. That's all.
Yep.
And I guess that's the discipline that we've been trying to apply or understand as we continue to, forge the pathway, isn't it really, so, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And coupled with the financial report, page 107 to 110 is a capital expenditure report. And the assessment here and the that hadn't been fulfilled by the end of the financial year, so that form a significant basis of those projects that will need to be carried forward into the next financial year. It's very quickly. That's 2.6 million of the Solomons block that had been budgeted for in the 23-24 year that will need to be carried forward into the 24-25 year.
Okay, okay. Right, happy to move on, councillors? Thank you, Jason.
Oh, sorry.
Just on page 110. It's got the graph as 48,000. What's the split on that?
I'd imagine it was some preliminary work that was done. The concept for us to, for the committee first and foremost to look at and the council to look at as part of the initial budgets. The actual breakdown, I can't tell you straight off the top. There would have been costs involved in doing that, getting that concept together.
So it's been capitalised, is it?
It's capitalised because it does relate to a capital project. If that project doesn't come to fruition, we'll need to operationalise that cost, so flip from cap. Obviously, yeah, that's been budgeted for in the long-term plan, so the likelihood of it going ahead is relatively low. So in my initial view is that 47,000 would have to be put in as part of essentially research and development costs as part of the operating costs for the books.
So I think the likelihood of council funding it going ahead is relatively low.
Sorry.
That doesn't necessarily mean that another funder will not be found.
And part of the development of those concepts is to allow that process but development of concepts undone for free, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Okay, the second part of the financial report is the rate arrears report. It's on page 111 and 112. Just very quickly at the end of June 24, the amount of rates owing was just showed over $1 million. Same point in June 23, the amount was almost 1.4 million. So that's pleasing.
That's an interesting signal.
We still have, I see the same rate payers and outstanding amounts. But by and large, we're getting significant amount of recoverability out of that, which is and that, and I'm sure I've mentioned before, just reflects the fact that we've got some resources in the rating area to be able to focus on recoverability. Okay, the final piece is the Treasury dashboard. At the end of June, we had total debt of 67 million, and it's broken down between term debt with the LGFA of 57 million and 10 million is short-term debt. We make sure that our liquidity ratio was appropriate at the end of June. So it's 11.8% liquidity. The weighted average cost of funds at the end of June was 5.25%. And it's down 7 basis points from end of May. The fact that the interest rates down, the market rates are coming down. I do know that at the end of June, the 90-day bank bill rate set at 5.63%. When I wrote the report in the middle of July, it was 5.53%. As of this morning, it was 5.46%. So there has been a little bit of a drop in the 90-day bank bill rate that sets the tone for our external interest costs. There was a minor breach in our treasury policy at the end of June, and it relates to the fact that in May 2028 we just breached our required limit at that point, and Since the end of June, I have entered into a further, council entered into further interest rate swaps that actually resolves that issue. So it was very much an issue for a short period of time. Then being the end of June, we reset the internal interest rate. So at the end of June, our weighted average cost of funds sat at 5.25% as within the dashboard. So that means the internal charge that's applied to council, other council activities is 6.25%, and then for the thermal bonds is 7.25%. And the advertised 3-month term deposit rate from Westpac remained at 4.2%. So those activities or the communities that have funds will be paid 4.2% in interest. So there's a raft of information. And again, page 118, 122 is the internal debt listing. I did focus significantly on page 120 that has the waters, and you can see there at the end of June the total debt sitting for water alone was 41.5 million. For the sewer it was 10.2 million, and for the stormwater was 3.6 million, which does include the purchase of Stanton Road. And then at the top there, the internal debt relating to thermal was at 15.7 million.
Is there any further questions for Jason? All right, we do have recommendation, resolution written out page 79, that we receive this information and that we approve the minor policy breach outlined in the Treasury dashboard. Thank you, Fiona. Happy to move. Do I have a second? Thank you, Tom. All on agreement to receive of this information, please say aye. Aye. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Jason. There you go, Graham. We've got the Laguna request there again. Very self-explanatory, but perhaps we'll just in case it's something I want to identify.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Anything in particular? Still one in progress on that list. Quite good, maybe wider communities respecting the fact that council had a quiet July.
That's not sure. Yeah. Robbie, do you have a question?
I couldn't help but note the irony of the second request. I wondered if they were actually asking for advice.
With that, would you like to move? Thank you. Jerry, second of that. Well done.
I'm not so sure.
All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion is carried. Thank you. We'll move on. And we've got the monthly performance report, Hamish. There again, points of interest on that one. Thank you.
So once again, I'll focus on the ones that are red for the month of June. So the first one being our urgent call out on sewer. We had a blockage caused by chorus damaging the network. And we talked to the property owner and they said get up the weekend, so that one didn't meet our time standard. Over the page, looking at the space, building percents, 98% on time. Growth, but no cigar. Food control, premise verifications carried out. Food control and verifications carried out. we didn't do one because their business was not trading, so that's why there's only 8%. And as far as alcohol inspections, we didn't achieve the volume. And it was largely a resourcing issue, which is fine. So that's where we are with those. Let's take the questions.
Any questions in regard to that information paper? Okay, someone like to move it? Thanks Karen, thanks Pauline, all in agreement that that's right. So we now have the operations committee update, and thanks Robbie, if you'll just take us through that, that'd be great.
Yes, bearing in mind that this is back in May now, months ago, and we were kind of constrained from memory of the meeting, so I will take this as read. Probably the main point, or the important point for everyone else to take out of this, the Maskell's Road one, and I'm sure I've seen a communication from Ross asking, you'll note here around the ops committee was going to have a meeting, with the residents to sort of work through further, and I think Ross had requested that perhaps it's the whole of council. I'm sure I saw that somewhere. That's a difficult one in that it's a sort of a the hard argument, but since we've discussed that one, there's been further budgetary things come through and with long-term plan and everything else, and I have a feeling that we might be more focused with what we're dealing with and be able to resolve that one next hit out.
So the meeting with the Maskell's Road residents has been set for 6 PM on the 27th of August, and that's following the council meeting. So it might be afternoon tea that day. Okay. Good on you.
That's cool.
Good job. Do you want to move the receipt of that information, Robbie?
Yes, I'm happy to move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Vanessa. All in agreement, please say aye.
Aye.
Carrie, thank you. Tourism update, Karen, can you give us a bit of an update there?
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So you'll see there that considerable discussion has taken place about the structure and role of the tourism board. I think it's fair to say we haven't resolved that yet, and much work is undertaken by Thermal Port staff on behalf of Hiranui Tourism, and one of the dilemmas we've got is that Hiranui Tourism doesn't have line of sight and influence over all of the activity that that's done in the name of Hiranui Tourism and how much that costs. At the same time, the board recognises we get huge value from a lot that those staff do. And so it's kind of entwined, if that's the right word. And the destination management plan is really asking, or one of the aspects that it's made recommendations around is maybe to have a review of governance and look at sort of unpacking that in some way. We don't have a clear way forward on that yet because there are lots of benefits to how things are at present. And so, yeah, just working through that. But in the meantime, we've picked up the idea of exploring an advisory group to help, I guess, inform and make suggestions and perhaps provide guidance in some areas. And there'll be a report back. In fact, it's in a couple of weeks' time when we meet again. We'll receive some more thoughts on that. And there's also some work being done on a community sentiment type survey. So it's kind of a way of checking out whether the levels of tourism or visitation are about pitch right, and how we'll know if we're getting it right or more right or going in the right direction and so on. And so over time that may well be rolled out. But once again, still looking at kind of establishing a solid foundation for our managing our destination management, managing our destination of Hiranui in the future. So that's kind of where we're up to. And I'm probably just leave it there. It's all a work in progress, but very happy to take any questions.
Thanks,
Thanks, Karen. Is there any questions for Karen in regard to that?
I'm happy to move the report of the.
My questions, oh, sorry.
Just on a question from Mark Ingles.
Yeah.
The community agreement with Dock and St James, what's that involved?
It's something that's beyond my ability to respond to, I'm afraid. Hamish might have something.
So through you, Madam Mayor, there's, in order to receive funding from DOC and NB, there needs to be a community agreement for the maintenance of St James. That was formerly managed through the Coronui Trails Trust, but they subsequently decided they didn't want to do that anymore. So there's been a new trust set up, St James Trails Trust, which has now concluded that community agreement with DOC, and we agreed to put $20,000 in our long-term plan, and they now have access to the DOC and NB funding to maintain the trail.
Just clarify.
Yeah, no,
No,
so
that's
that
good.
agreement was
So-
only just concluded the other day. So, yeah.
Perfect, well done. Thank you, Karen. You moved that we received that information. Can I get a second? Thanks, Vanessa. All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Very, thank you. Hamish, around exits.
Yep.
Do you want to just give this report?
Yes, certainly. So health and safety, there was an event at the pools earlier, I think it's in May, wasn't it? May, when there was a medical event and the person eventually died in the ambulance on the way to the medical centre. It was not a result of anything that happened at the pools. It was a medical condition that person had. But it was reasonably traumatic for the staff that were there at the time, and so there's been support provided to those staff and to the family of the person that died as well. Just note that the chairperson gave an update about the tourism board and talked about the contractual relationship between Ruranui Tourism and the Thermal Pools business, and ways that that discussion could move forward.
Right, thank you. Hamish, is there any questions for Hamish on behalf of? Someone like to move that we receive this information? Oh, did you have a question, Robbie?
It's okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
No? Okay, someone have your movement. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Gary, that we received that information, all in agreement with Mr. High. Thanks, that's carried. Thank you. Brilliant, councillors. Thank you very much for the decision making that we've made today on behalf of our community. We do have some items of for public excluded. You will have all noted the reasons that they meet that threshold for public excluded. And if I can please ask for someone to move us into VE, that would be great. Thanks, Pauline. Thanks, Fiona. All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Paul.